Hey everybody, welcome on in. I hope you all are having a fantastic day. Yes, we are starting a little bit early in that the first Twitch ad hasn't even hit yet. But I'm gonna start up because I am on short time today. We're gonna have guests coming over for our Thanksgiving dinner sort of thing. I had planned for the stream expecting that, you know, being streamers, they wouldn't want to be here until late afternoon or evening, but apparently people are showing up around noon / the afternoon. So I've got my coffee in hand. We're loading up Gunfire because today we're doing a tier list. We are going to tier all of the weapons in the game, going into my Thanksgiving event starting on Monday. I figure I'd do my thoughts and feelings on this now, and then maybe I'll do an update after the week and see if like my opinions on it change. So first of all, as part of this, we need to make sure that we've got understandable tiers. So what are the tiers going to be? As I discussed in the character tier list, I feel like it's possible to have a winning run with any gun. I don't think there's a single weapon in the game that you can't have a victory with. So this isn't going to be like you get a win with this gun or you lose with this gun. Where this comes down to is inconsistency. But the problems with this are massive because almost every character has specialities in them. Yeah, I figure my opinions might change afterwards as well. But for example, if the game loads, if I come over here to lay low and we look at his ascensions, well, he's got a thing specifically for snipers. So if I'm gonna play lay low, a sniper is obviously going to be consistently better for me because his build is built around doing snipers and the guns that sort of play into that low shot count, low rate of fire, high damage. Like, he's gonna be built for that. Burb, he specifically has a number of hits caused by a single shot is a certain number. Well, that's shotguns. We're looking at shotguns for him. So if you're playing the bird, shotguns are gonna be better, right? Like, so how do you tier these weapons? The problem is that we have to kind of look at them across their varied uses. We can't just be like, this gun is very good with this character, therefore it's up here. Because then you've got 11 other characters that they're ass with. So this is about consistency. So S rank is going to be useful nearly all the time. A rank is going to be useful most of the time. And B rank is going to be not very useful, usually. That's about the best I could come up with the tiers here. And so with that, we're going to go look at the weapons. Now, what's going to determine these rankings outside of what I just said? Well, we're also going to click on the weapon, and I'm gonna pop open these unique inscriptions here. And if there's anything that is particularly amazing, then we'll consider that as part of it. And I'm trying to stick with the ones that are just like they're specific ones. Obviously, I think I've made it very clear in a lot of my ramblings about the game that the Lightning Ball, Fireball, Corrosion Ball, those are generally pretty good. Lightning Ball being my favorite of all of them. Those are amazing. Coffee, sorry. But there's a couple of good ones here. For example, the after killing 5 enemies, bullets home in on nearby enemy weaknesses. If you can get a run that has a like quick time to kill on it, that's really fun. It's really fun to hit that like 5th enemy and then just hold the button down and wipe out enemies for 10 seconds. Fantastic. But the Cavalry is a Let's actually start the tier. I'm gonna time code this after the last one. It was pretty evident that we needed to have time codes for things set up. So Cavalry, what makes this gun special is that it has a 3-round burst and the third shot auto crits on hit. So even if you body shot with this one, as long as you've got it set to the burst fire, it'll go bop, 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 and the third one will always be a crit. Obviously, you want to crit with every shot, so I mean, it's whatever. But the important thing is that that third shot is a guaranteed crit. So any of these things that build off crit, you could shoot an enemy like the Dark-Faced Bandit, whose weak point is on their back. The Cavalry will still get the crit if you shoot them in the front. I don't believe this works for shields because that doesn't actually count for hitting. You're not hitting the enemy unless you have like an explosive radius on it. But the fact that it gets that guaranteed crit is pretty nice. You can use that to your advantage in a couple of things, but I feel like for the most part, other weapons have stronger capabilities, and you're almost always going to be better with something else and then just landing your crits on the head instead of taking this one. It has its moments, it can be useful, but I don't think it's very useful usually. There's not a lot of times where I see a Cavalry and I'm like, I gotta use this one. This is a super improvement over what I currently have. It's not... if there was like a 4th tier here of ice, I would never touch this gun. It wouldn't go in there. And honestly, I don't think any of them would, but if we're being completely honest. But yeah, not very useful usually. I guess this is also a good time to make the little addendum. Just because I put it on the bottom tier doesn't mean you should avoid it. It doesn't mean I'm saying this is never good. There is going to be a time where you see a Cavalry drop and it's going to have great exclusive inscriptions on it. It's going to have like some pretty good damage number, whatever it has on it. It could be good for your run and you should take it. I'm just saying, like, overall, in my breadth of experience with this game, I am not very often... Hey, puppy. Hey, puppy, welcome back. Yeah, welcome in here. He was outside on his own. I put him out on his lead, and he looked at me, and I'm like, I'm gonna close the door. So I closed the door, and then he just went out there on his own for, like, the first time. There we go. Do you want up here? Yeah, no, Jazz is out and about. Yeah, she's out moving around and stuff. We're gonna have guests over soon. Okay. Rainbow. The Rainbow Arc. Right-clicking charges the shot. The longer you charge the weapon, the higher the damage the shot will be. I really like this weapon. It does 2 things for you really well. One, it's an it's a rifle. It's not an SMG, it's a rifle. So you hold down the left click, you shoot. It's amazing. Cool, it's a gun, right? But holding down the right click lets you do a charge shot that does pretty significant damage. So you will have spray and pray for large groups of enemies. And then you have the right click for whenever you need to, you know what? I'm realizing I could save myself a lot of trouble by leaning if I just come over here like this. This is probably a way better way of doing it. So, any unique inscriptions on here that stand out? Well, it says increase total damage by 15% for every ammo consumed by using the weapon skill. So, that one right there, that one's pretty good. Just using the right click gives you more damage by consuming ammo. Pretty cool. And then the weapon skill consumes all magazine ammo and deals higher damage. This one can be sick. Especially if you get anything that extends your magazine, if you're playing a character that has that, let alone with seasonal mechanics, there's ways of doing that. Hopefully the puppy doesn't piss himself in excitement with the new people. Or steal food. I'm more worried about the stealing food. He hasn't pissed. He does like giving people kisses though. When he meets new people, he likes to jump up and try to give them kisses, and not everybody is a fan of puppy kisses. There he is. There he is. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He's been such a good boy. He's been such a good boy. Mm-hmm. So this one, I think, is a little bit more useful because that single target damage right click is amazing. The left click is pretty good, and it's got some nice unique inscriptions. Now, is it always useful? Yeah, it's useful nearly all the time. Like I said, when you have a gun that's useful for clearing rooms and clearing bosses, what more do you want from a gun? That's like that's the epitome of want. He's now just exploring the room. Do you smell something? Is there something new in here? We're just gonna be big chillin' for a little bit, bud. So I would put the rainbow arc there. That's what I'm thinking. Crimson Firescale, and look at this. The first gun where we have a different skin for it. From, I think this was the first gun that had an alternate skin. I could be wrong. It's been a while. But it is a really good alternate skin. I really like it. The special thing about this gun is it always drops as a fire. It will always be a fire weapon. 12% elemental effect chance is pretty good. It recharges a Firescale bomb on crit hit. Resource cap 15, costs 5 Firescale bombs to project multiple explosive fireballs. So basically, if I understand correctly, and remember correctly, you need to land 5 crit hits to shoot one of these bursts out. So you need to go ding, 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 and then you can right click and shoot out the explosive projectile. And it's very good. It does its job well. If you're doing anything dealing with weapon skills, this is nice. This allows the dog to have a weapon for his dual wield, where you could just sit there and let go with your left click and blast away. And then when you exit dual wield, you can then spam all of the built up resources that you've had with it. That's pretty nice. The damage is all right. It feels like anything with fire. You run into problems since shielded and armored enemies will take less damage. But, you know, any element is going to have that problem when you're facing the wrong thing. And as far as that goes, fire is probably the most consistent damage, because not only does burning just do more damage, but in addition to that, almost every enemy has some amount of health. Unless they have like the enhancement that makes them armored, they'll have some amount of health, so it'll always be useful. Compared to if you have a shock weapon and they only have health, then you're not going to get the full benefit. And if they have armor and health, you're not going to get the full benefit. So, any element will have a little bit of struggle, but fire is probably the best element for consistency. The explosion range on it's pretty good. And as far as the unique inscriptions that we have on here, I think this can show up on any elemental gun, but the higher the elemental effect chance, the better on that. This one, reduce the skill cost of 3 Firescale bombs and the weapon shoots even more fireballs. You know, I don't think I've ever actually used this one in practice. So I'm just going to, in my head, conjure what the like math on that is. Obviously, if you're doing anything that spams the weapon skill, that's going to be amazing. You're going to like that a lot. Yeah, it would go with the Foxwell. Anything that's fire should go with the Fox, but she gets a lot of lucky shot. You want me to open the window? I can open the window. There you go. There you go. Will that help you settle in? Are you getting a little warm? We did turn on the heater in the house finally. So the husky's going to be less happy about how frigid it was, because now it's going to warm up. But in my experience, the Crimson Firescale is solid. Like, I haven't I don't like feel the need to gravitate towards it every time, but it's good. And if you're on an elemental run, it is an easy choice. The explosions are really nice. Again, anything with explosions means that enemies that have physical shields, I'm not talking about like the blue energy bar shield. I mean like a physical blocking thing. Having explosive damage for that is nice. You could use that a bit for single target, but my person, oh, I don't know why I keep exiting out. I need a tab to here. I'm gonna just put this one in useful most of the time. I feel like there's a lot of times where I grab a Crimson Firescale and it's solid. Sometimes it's not useful, and it's definitely not useful all the time. So there, I like that we have this even. This makes my categorization feel nice. All right, moving on. The Dragonchaser. This one, when you right click, you launch a mark and shots home in on the mark. It's an assault rifle, pretty good rate of fire on it. And as far as your unique inscriptions go, down here we've got extra crit for each enemy defeated with a mark up to 4x. If the mark misses an enemy, you lose some of the bonus. And then launch 3 marks and all shots home in on the marks in sequence. The Dragonchaser to me is a solution looking for a problem. In that, in the early game, the Dragonchaser could be very useful. When you're running into an elite or something like that, put the mark on an enemy's head and then just you get like the Spearman or something like that. The Dragonchaser, it's very fun. It is fun to just throw the mark out on an enemy and then hide around a corner and shoot and let the bullets like curve around the corner and hit guys. It's fun. The problem is that you want to be very strong in this game, and very often that means your time to kill is going to be so fast that wasting time with launching the mark onto an enemy and hitting them in their weak spot and then unleashing your button, you would be better served to just aim at them and hold down the mouse button to kill them. Why mark them and then shoot them when you could just shoot them? That part, if there was a very long time to kill on most enemies, like say in most stages of Gunfire. Sorry, the dog's being weird. He's like trying to dig my bed. He's like digging up the bed. Sorry, I keep on getting dog distracted. If there were significantly less enemies, but they had way more health on them, this would make more sense to me. Because then you would mark their head, and then you can make sure that you could just unleash that button and get all the crits. But when you get to the point where you are able to damage enemies and instantly kill them, say you get a little miasma build going, say you whatever, you got a lot of lucky shot, a lot of the times you could just hold down the mouse click and wipe out fields of enemies. And if you're messing around with this right click, it's just gonna slow you down. If you miss, then you're gonna you have to do it again. Like, let me nail that home. If you ever miss a bullet shot, you just solve that problem by shooting again. If you miss your mark, if you launch your mark and you miss, you need to shoot another mark or disable that mark before you shoot, because you're just going to be shooting wherever you miss to, because you've marked a wall somewhere, right? So this can be fun. I think if you're playing on like the lower difficulties and things aren't as hectic, you could enjoy spending time with the Dragonchaser. But I feel like most of the time, the benefit of this is completely wasted, and you might as well just have an SMG or a rifle with a different ability. So for me, the Dragonchaser goes on the not very useful, usually. Usually. Now, if you get the thing down here where you launch 3 marks and all of them home in sequence, that one could be pretty fun. Maybe not like the most damaging, but it's fun. Hey, Moosey Poo, welcome in. Welcome to the weapon tier list for Gunfire Reborn. We're starting with the assault rifles, and we're trying to go through this pretty quickly so that I don't spend another 4 hours on a tier list here, like I did last time with the characters. Now, Hexagon. Consume resources to deploy a shield. The right-click, resource limit 26. Create a shield that blocks attacks and can be closed early by activating again. Enter the enhanced state for 10 seconds after blocking with an extra weapon damage and rate of fire. So this used to be way stronger, and it got nerfed into the ground. Pre-nerf, this would have been like an almost always super useful because it was, you block damage and it would store the damage, and then when you release the shield, you would basically shoot all the damage back at things. Now, whenever you block, you enter an enhanced state after blocking, which does give 50% weapon damage, which is good, and 20% rate of fire, which is good. It's just not nearly as good. Now, as for unique inscriptions on here, we have the shield will mark the enemy after blocking its attacks, and you get 100% lucky shot chance when dealing weapon damage to the marked enemy, and minus 50% energy cost speed during shield deployment. So a resource limit of 26, you gain this resource limit by shooting the gun. It's got a decent rate of fire. It basically takes 1 magazine. It's a magazine of 30 and a resource of 26, and you're getting 1 per. So almost a whole magazine shot to get the shield up. Normally, there's ways that you can work around that. But it's good. This gun is great for offense and defense. You could use it as a little bit of survivability if your time to kill on your runs is a little bit lacking. This thing could help keep you alive, especially against any of the flamethrower type enemies, your arsonists, your frost penguins, the octopus that shoots rapid fire shots. Any of those enemies, this can help out a lot against to keep them from just completely melting you. And the bonus weapon damage and rate of fire after exiting, or after getting a block, not even after exiting. You enter the enhanced state for 10 seconds after blocking. You don't even have to exit it. You just get it after blocking. The Hexagon's good. It's a solid gun. I feel like it's one of those things where its highs aren't that high, but its lows aren't that low. You can use it to save your life. But honestly, most of the time, I'm looking for guns whose abilities help with killing enemies more than keeping me alive. I've said this a lot during the character tier list, but any situation in which you're putting more of your specialities into survivability instead of damage ends up with you being more likely to hit a war of attrition, and wars of attrition have less favorability for you. Simply put, the longer a fight goes on, the more likely you are to make a mistake and die. If you can walk into a room and instantly kill everything, that is a very safe build. If you walk into a room and it takes you 10 minutes to kill everything, but you've got really fast health regen and big damage reduction, that's nice, but you might just run into like one demonic aura. You might run into like one specific elite invasion or something that hard counters you. And when that happens, you'll have really wished that you could have just killed things faster instead of trying to out-survive everything. So with that in mind, I feel like the shield isn't the thing I really want to go for most of the time, but I cannot deny that the Hexagon is really good at what it does. Can I just Alt-Tab? Yes, I can. So I'm going to say useful most of the time. I don't think I've ever picked up a Hexagon and gone, oh my god, I wish I had never picked this up. because if it does have damage fall off, if it doesn't like keep pace, you can at least use this to survive long enough to get to the point where you can have a different gun or get a Gemini or whatever's necessary to get your run continuing. So useful most of the time is where you belong. The Lightning Blast. This is another one that's been changed, but it's been so long I don't actually remember what the right click used to do compared to currently. But the right click launches a force field sphere. Any projectile going through the sphere gets 50% lucky shot chance, 100% effective range of the firing weapon, and bullets speed increased significantly. This one's really cool, especially in multiplayer runs, because one person can take this, shoot the ball out, and then everyone else can shoot through it and get all of the bonuses of the lucky shot and extra range and speed. It's very multiplayer friendly. It helps since the balls don't move slow. They aren't like fast like a hit scan projectile, but they do move slow generally, so you almost always want to right click to put that ball out there and shoot through it. And you can always just have this as a backup weapon and use this to enhance your other weapon. This force field sphere, I think it hangs around in the air permanently until you right click again. Either that or it's got a really long hang time. So you could shoot this out and then switch to your other gun and shoot through it. That gives it a lot of versatility. It's very, very useful. On top of that, it is an electric gun. It will always be lightning. So it's a little bit held back by that because you would want to have different elemental effects, generally speaking. And lightning is probably one of the weaker ones. There are a lot of enemies with shields, so it will help with getting rid of the shields, but then you more often than not will have to deal with health afterwards. And then for anyone who has armor, it's going to do nothing to help you because armor and health are both resistant to it. But that said, guaranteed lightning means that you are that much closer to guaranteed miasma, so you could always look at the silver lining on that. As for your exclusive inscriptions, any projectile going through will bounce to other enemies with 50% weapon damage within 10 meters after hitting an enemy up to 2 bounces. If I see a lightning blast with this inscription on it, it is so hard to say no. This is very fun. It's mechanically good. It gives you way more damage because of the bouncing, but it's also just fun to watch the chain reaction of things bouncing around. Very cool. Love that a lot. So because of this, it's useful in multiplayer because of the shared thing. It's useful as a support for another gun. It's useful for all of the elemental things it can do. Pretty good rate of fire. Damage isn't half bad. And the elemental effect chance is good. The lightning blast. Oh, I did it again. Just tab. Just tab. Useful nearly all the time. Like, you can make this thing work very well for you. On an elemental run specifically, it's amazing. It's a reason to swap between them a whole lot. So, fantastic. Love the lightning blast. Very, very interesting gun, too. Like, Gunfire is full of amazing weapons, and this is one that I think is really cool. Having a right click that puts a little object in the world that shooting through it enhances your bullets makes you play differently. It's not just it gun, you click, it shoot. Like, if we look at the rest of these, mostly it gun, it shoot, it gun, it shoot, it gun, it shoot. This one with the homing tracking thing, that's pretty interesting, but still mostly it gun, it shoot. Hexagon with the shield, I mean, that's pretty interesting too. But having a little ball that you shoot through is very interesting. All right, a little more coffee. Give me a little more coffee in here. Yes. Oh yeah. Big Hippo. Look at this thing. I think this is one of the most iconic guns from the game. which is a little bit sad because it's basically just a big Gatling gun. But a lot of people have a lot of love for the Big Hippo, and I get it. I get it. This one doesn't have a right click on it, but it does say the longer the weapon is fired, the higher the rate of fire will be. It has the biggest magazine in the game of 80, and it's pretty good. It does shoot really fast whenever you get it high up there, so anyone who does rate of fire stuff is going to be happy with it. And since it has a large magazine, it gets the benefits of anything that says like any inscriptions that are like for remaining ammo in the magazine or shooting without reloading. Like this plays into a lot of magazine specific stuff and rate of fire stuff. So it gets to cover two bases there. However, it doesn't have any amazing exclusive inscriptions. There's nothing on here that's really out of the ordinary. I would have really liked if they had something for the Big Hippo that was unique, but I don't even think this might be unique to it. But rate of fire plus 50% and accuracy and stability 100%. It's good. I mean, rate of fire up is always going to be very useful, but there's not anything here that's like super transformative. It's not like, you know, the Dragonchaser having 3 mark shootout. That's cool. Having those balls bouncing on the lightning blast. That's neat. Like there's a lot of transformative exclusive inscriptions in the game, and the Big Hippo just doesn't have one. But that said, it's already a solid gun. As I mentioned, it already covers 2 big sections of the game, which is a rate of fire heavy run and a magazine heavy run. So it gets to cover 2 branches of gun archetypes. And outside of that, even if you're not doing those runs, just a general weapon damage run, there's a lot of things that mixes well with it. It's a solid weapon. So I think it gets in the useful most of the time slot. But it doesn't have enough versatility to really hit that useful nearly all the time. But it's not like so lacking that I would say it's not very useful usually. All right, Revealer. This might be the first DLC weapon. Again, it's been so long since all the DLCs and updates have come out. It's hard to remember. All right, I have crushed the coffee. No more coffee break. Revealer. Your right click is an ADS, aim down sights. Slightly decrease the rate of fire when tapping ADS, and hitting the enemy multiple times will cause it to enter a state of weak spot. Any received weapon damage will trigger a crit hit. The Revealer is really cool. I don't know how to stress this enough, but whenever you have enemies enter this weak spot state, it can lead to some really broken shit. So, for example, we've got any of these things that say, you know, chance on crit to do something, it plays into that. The weakness bonus also doing crit, that's fantastic. Like any crit play you're doing, this gun can play into it really well. On top of that, notice that it doesn't say that the gun goes into like some state that gives it crits against that enemy. That enemy goes into the weak spot state, which means this works in multiplayer. If you're fighting against a elite, let's say, and you use the Revealer, and your buddy is using, I don't know, the dual Fang. Once you put it into the weak spot state, both of you are going to be landing nothing but crits on them. Very useful. So on just individual play, you're going to be getting a lot of crits out of this. So anything that you're building into crits for, great. Multiplayer, it helps the group get more crits more often. And for the exclusive inscriptions here, more times the enemy's weakness gets hit, the stronger the weak spot effect. I don't know exactly what it means by the stronger the effect is. I don't know if it's giving you like bonus crit. I've not seen like the damage breakdown of that. I would imagine this could be a translation issue and that it just lasts longer. But I'm not gonna say no to increasing the weak spot effect. But when hitting an enemy in the weak spot status, 80% chance of lucky shot for the shot. I don't know why they didn't just say plus 80% lucky shot. This, again, wording's important. But if I ever see this on here, I love it. 80% lucky shot is nothing to turn your nose up to. So the Revealer's great also because it ADSs, it plays well with Skilled Trick, so it's a big damage gun. You can have a lot of fun with the Revealer. It's a pathway that many of the Jedi would consider unnatural, but very, very often it is useful. I'm putting it up in the useful nearly all the time. Great in solo play, great for crit builds, and great for multiplayer play. Very useful gun, highly recommend. Tracker. Look at this fucking cool ass gun. It's got little jet engines all over it. It looks like it'd be terrifying to actually hold because there's like jet engines coming down right next to the trigger. You're gonna be burning your hand off just holding it. But anyway, Tracker. Resource cap 18. Hold to auto-target marked enemies. An extra energy projectile will be generated after 5 shots and cause slow effect. First of all, I want to say there is a button you can press if you've ever noticed the... I have it set to X. I don't know what the original button is. I think it was B. But if you press that, it changes your weapon's firing mechanism. For guns that change elements, it does that. Some of them go from semi-automatic to fully automatic. You can press that button. For this, you can change how heavy the auto-targeting is. You can make it very weak. You can make it very strong. I personally think it's really fun to put it on the strong one and basically have an aimbot. It doesn't necessarily auto-target weak points, so you might not get as many headshots and crits on it. But it is really fun if you have like a spray and pray build to hold right click and then hold left click and then just watch as it goes and auto targets around the screen like you're somebody trying to get to high ranks in Counter-Strike through cheating. Over here, we've got some additional stuff that's great. When firing additional projectiles, there's a chance to fire 1, 2, 3, or 6 extra projectiles. Wonderful. That's an amazing inscription. And after hitting weaknesses 10 times, the number of shots required to fire additional projectiles is reduced by 1 for 4 seconds. And as far as I understand, this can stack to the point where you can have the additional projectiles happening on pretty much every shot. If you have enough enemies in the room to make that stack up, it's great. However, if you're at the point where you're killing enemies that quickly, it probably doesn't matter anyway. But the Tracker hits a couple of niches here. For one, it is a rapid fire weapon, so it can play into rate of fire stuff. The magazine is 40, which isn't terrible. You can play some magazine stuff with that. It also has a weapon resource, so it plays into that sort of thing. And it has multiple projectiles on it, so we can play into that. This is a very versatile weapon. You can play it as a fast rate of fire shotgun because of the extra projectiles. You can play it as a weapon resource spam. You can play it as a continuous fire magazine run, or you could just have the increased rate of fire. If you're able to handle the auto tracking on it, you can still land headshots and stuff. It becomes about managing, like pressing the right click so it auto targets on something, then releasing the right click, and then just moving your aim up a little bit while still holding left click down. to shoot enemies in the head. Basically, hold left click down to shoot, and then tap right click so that it auto targets things. And if you can manage that, then you'll get a lot of use out of the auto targeting if you're not trying to just hold it down for the extra projectiles and stuff. So this gun, super useful. I've used it in a lot of runs with a lot of different characters. It's especially amazing if you get any of the on crit effects there. And as well as any inscriptions that say, you know, going without reloading, blah, 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 blah. I love the tracker. It is consistently a gun I look for. It just plays into a lot of builds, and I like it a lot. Star Devourer. This is a very unique gun in Gunfire. It kind of breaks the mold on traditional reloading because replenishes magazine automatically when you stop firing. The shorter the reload time, the quicker the speed of replenishment. So basically, when this thing, you have a magazine of 40, when you get it down to 0, it doesn't reload. It starts to recharge. So you'll go down to, you'll be like, and then it gets down to 0, and then you'll go, because you'll be shooting just as it refills into the magazine. So you have to intentionally stop shooting, let it charge back up, and then fire again. And as for its unique inscriptions, increase total damage by 2% for each ammo in the magazine. So this basically means at the start, whenever it's fully charged, you'll do a lot of damage, and then you'll lose this bonus over time. So you would only want to do this if you can get a bigger magazine for it. This one can be good. This one is very touchy because on its own, it's not that great. Like, I would say most of the time you see this, it's not amazing. But where it really shines is if it ever gets like one of those rare inscriptions that says increase lucky shot for every ammo consumed from the magazine, resets on reload. This gun never reloads. This gun gets around any reloading mechanism. So if you're on a run like with a dog or someone who gets benefits from stuff not reloading, just keeping ammo in the magazine, this plays amazing into it. The problem is that there are a lot of things in this game that are built off of reloading. So you're gonna have characters that would absolutely despise this weapon, and there's going to be scrolls that don't help you at all because you need to reload to get the benefit. However, that said, I think it's got some uses. It's not terrible. It's very niche though. I think if you are looking for the no reload run, this is an amazing candidate for you because it literally can't reload. You can't accidentally reload it. A lot of the times when you're doing those kinds of runs, you'll see your magazine kind of low and then just instinctually hit that R button and then you go, I lost all my stacks of something. And this stops you from doing it. But more often than not, it's not the gun I'm looking for. It's not really the gun I'm looking for. It just has that very specific niche use of on a no reload run being very useful. So, not usually useful. Angelic Aura. This is the not titular. This is like the gun. This is your gun lover's gun. It is a gun that has like the most gun per gun in it because what does it do? It shoot. Do we have fancy things here? It says full auto submachine gun with high rate of fire. That's it. You press button, bullet come out. It is a hose. Not only that, but outside of injectors, I think it's got the fastest rate of fire in the game. This thing can unload its magazine super fast. I'm not kidding. It's like, and you're done. There goes 28 bullets. Super fast rate of fire. But we aren't really, look how few. We've only got 5 exclusive inscriptions that can even show up at all. And none of these are Angelic Aura exclusive. We don't have anything specifically for it. I'm gonna quickly check the wiki because I feel like there used to be one for continuous fire, weapons, inscriptions. Oh, no, this one is the Angelic Auras. Okay. Well, fuck me, I guess. 100% lucky shot chance for 6 seconds when hitting enemies 10 times within 1 second. Very easy to hit that. And getting that. Hits do not count during the bonus. So you can't stack it. You can't get multiple lucky shots, but 100% is good. That means you get guaranteed double if you have no other lucky shot things. And again, you have a rate of fire that's super high and a magazine of 28. So you are very likely to hit this. This is a great gun. If you are doing anything with rate of fire, this is your go-to gun. Anything... I mean, it shoots so fast. The problem with it is that that's all it does. It is just bullet go out barrel. That's it. We don't have explosive things on it. We don't have special targeting things. We don't have other modifiers. It is just gun and it shoot. That does make it pretty solid. It's almost never a drawback to take it. You do mag dump pretty hard, so if you're trying not to reload, unlike the other gun, this one you will run out super fast. But the Angelic Aura, super solid. Useful most of the time. Dual Fang. I think this gun in particular sold me on Gunfire Reborn when I first played it. I mean, I already bought it. I was already sold on the game. But the fact that it's a little lizard and you just hold the lizard and then you squeeze him and he shoots out the corrosion and fireball. And then when you reload him, you fucking give him a slap and he goes, ah! And then reloads. Very funny. But more specifically, Dual Fang, after a brief charge up, fires full auto and alternates shots between corrosion and fire. Off rip, one of the easiest ways to get an elemental combination. The elemental effect chance is 10%, which isn't half bad. And if you have both proc back to back, you do combustion, the combination of burning and decay. And combustion does an explosion. Explosion damage is really nice. And the explosion will stun enemies. So if they were about to do an attack and it explodes, it'll interrupt the attack. Rate of fire is nice. Magazine is pretty big. And then down here, we've got upon firing plus 40% elemental effect chance per second, up to 400%, and 4% base weapon damage per second. Resets when the charge is depleted. So I feel like this inscription on here really makes him wake up. But even without it, without getting that inscription that makes it very strong, it's a solid choice. Again, you get 2 elements, so you're not even just getting pigeonholed into one. You're gonna struggle a little bit on shields, but again, because you're getting a combination on one gun, you get the interrupts on the explosions and stuff. It's good. Fantastic, solid weapon. I feel like the highs aren't as high with it, but the lows aren't that low. And it's cute as fuck. Look at him. Look at this little guy. Look at this little horny lizard here. I like him. Dual Fang, you're a cute little fucker, and I'm gonna say you're useful most of the time. Do not discount the explosive, the combustion. I feel like a lot of people would look at the raw damage of this and discount it and say, well, you can get a lot more damage on other things. But even on a non-elemental run, somebody who's not focused on elements, getting those combustion triggers is very useful for the little spikes of damage, but also interrupting enemies. It's very, very useful for that. So do not discount this guy just because maybe the little numbers you see on hit aren't getting as high as you would want them to be. Demonlore, we got another one that has 2 different skins. Obviously, this new one. Look at this Season 6 reward. Oh, did it do that before with the Firescale and I didn't even notice? Sometimes I'm blind. The Demonlore is an incredible gun because of this. Increases weapon damage on every crit hit, resets on reload, or weapon switch. It's got a 30 magazine, so you've got a little bit of play on that before it reloads. And the elemental effect chance, it always has fire on it. It's always a fire weapon, and so it's got a little bit there. As for exclusive inscriptions, we've got these 3. It's kind of unfair how some guns get a lot of exclusive inscriptions and others don't. It'd be way more fun if all of them had more variants in here. But on here we have reloading halves the crit buff stacks instead of getting rid of all of them. Every stack of the buff adds an additional 1% lucky shot chance and stability. And then increase magazine capacity after reloading grants stacks of weapon base damage bonus. The number of stacks is equal to the magazine capacity. Lose 1 bonus stack for every shot you fire. So basically this kind of inverts it. You land a bunch of crits and you get your buff stacks. You get more magazine for it. But then when you reload, you get stacks of weapon damage bonus. And then you lose those as you shoot. So with this one, this exclusive inscription, you can get way more stacks by intentionally reloading when you have a high number of them, and then rebuilding your stacks as you lose stacks, and you can kind of keep it moving. Where this gun really shines is any situation where you can put ammo in the magazine without reloading. This stack, I think it caps out at like 999. I don't even know if there is a cap, but I'm pretty sure it's 999. You can get an insane weapon damage run if you can avoid reloading. Advanced Depot, the scroll that makes it so that you shoot from your reserve instead of from the magazine, gets around this. Tao the bunny, which she has on killing an enemy, put ammo back in the magazine. Dog has ammo and magazine stuff. Improved clip, any of those scrolls that help with putting ammo in the magazine also do the trick here. There are inscriptions that help out with this as well, where it's like reload, or not reload, but recover ammo on killing enemies and stuff. There's a lot of things that the Demonlore plays into, and if you can get those to land, it's superb. The problem with it is that it is very inaccurate. The stability of this is low. It is kind of hard to land those crits. You're not going to be sniping enemies with the Demonlore. It's kind of spray is all over the place, so it is hard to get a lot of consistent crits with it. And you're not going to get a lot of stacks unless you have some way to play into that magazine. It is very useful in the specific niche of wanting to get around reloading. Outside of that, it's not incredibly useful. It is a fire submachine gun. As I mentioned, I think fire is the strongest of the elements on its own. It's not a terrible machine gun. It does have a better crit than a lot of them do at 3 instead of a 2 or 2.5. So the crits do a decent amount of damage. But I personally feel like if I am on a run where I want to abuse the Demonlore, it is obviously the choice. There's nothing that's going to replace it. If I'm not on a reload specific run, a reload avoiding run, then I'm not even thinking about picking it up. It's not even a concern. like on an elemental run, there's going to be things with better elemental effect chance and rate of fire. If I'm on a spray and pray run, there's going to be things with better rate of fire. If I'm on a magazine run, there's things with bigger magazines. Like, this feels like a gun that has like the super high highs. It is really, really useful when you want to build into it, but outside of that, not very useful usually. I feel like this is going to get me a lot of hate because people are going to immediately see this in the bottom tier and be like, oh, but the Demonlore can be so broken, but it's so good. You can get so many stats. Look at this victory screen I got that has really high numbers. All right, that's cool. You kind of aren't reading what the tier list descriptions say though, are you? Because outside of the specific runs where you're specifically trying to do that, it's not that useful. I'm fighting shadows right now because I can already hear what people are gonna say. Moving on. The Scalpel. Look at it. It looks like a pistol, but it's a submachine gun. It says increases accuracy gradually when firing. The firing mode can be switched between single shot and double shot. There's a lot of people that don't even notice this. Again, if you press your weapon swap button on this, you could go from a single shot to a double shot. Now, it does consume 2 ammo. So you have to be very careful because it would be very easy to burn through all of your ammo in the double shot mode. But if you have a character that can sustain that sort of ammo loss, it's fantastic. As far as its inscriptions go, you get an extra chance to gain another projectile. So if you're in single shot mode, half the time, basically, you're going to do double, and if you're in double shot mode, half the time you'll get triple. This gun is really cool. You can use this in a spray and pray. If you have something that builds off of ammo being expended, this burns through ammo really fast. The fact that it increases in accuracy isn't terrible. It does mean that, you know, you'll land crits more often, and when you're doing multiple projectiles, having multiple projectiles hit crits, wonderful. So it's fine. The magazine being a 36 is okay. You would want it to be more if you're doing a magazine-based run, and again, doing the double shot mode means you're going to be burning through that way faster. It's basically a magazine of 18, and your damage is 40 times 2. But for what it's worth, it does its job. If you want to do a spray build, you can basically treat this as a pretty rapid fire shotgun because of the extra projectiles. And if you get this extra inscription on here, it makes it even better for that. The problem is, again, it's not very useful outside of that. You don't have like a really cool right click on here. You're not going to be getting like bullets bouncing around. Like this one that shows up on almost anything with fast rate of fire can be fun, but it's not unique to it. So the Scalpel, I don't normally pick this up. If I was doing like a towel run, I'm usually going for injectors because of the super fast rate of fire. If I'm playing the bird, I'm usually just going to go for a shotgun because the even higher projectiles. If I'm playing dog, I'm usually going for something with a bigger magazine. So there's not like a lot of situations where a good Scalpel is the thing I'm looking for. So because of that, I'm going to put it in the not very useful usually territory. It's kind of hard to find specific use cases where the Scalpel is the right choice over other things. Concealed ammo. And look at this. We got the soda bottle version. This is the initial one. It's a stick of dynamite with a barrel. And then we've got the Lemune, which I'm thinking, is that like a citrus? With the little bendy straw in the back. It's a fun weapon. The right click on this submachine gun is throw the weapon to create an explosion and consume all the ammo in the magazine. The more ammo remains in the magazine when thrown, the higher the damage it is. This is also a pretty versatile weapon. If you're playing a character that really likes explosions, you're on a run that likes explosions, then having a gun that you can shoot, but at a moment's notice you can right click, dump the mag, and blow things up, pretty fine. So that means that it's got a little extra use case there. If you have ways of managing ammo, then that can work. You could just end up spamming the right click, doing nothing but right click and doing insane damage. You just have to be very careful because you're going to use 28 light ammo all at once, or normal ammo, sorry. You're just gonna dump 28 normal ammo to do big damage. So be very careful you don't just bleed through it. However, when your weapon skills hit an enemy, resume half of your ammo spent to reserves and increase your next weapon skill damage by 30%. This one makes that so much better. It's so fun. If you see a concealed ammo with this inscription and you haven't used it yet, do it. Do yourself a favor and just go around right clicking and you just yeet, yeet, yeet. Destroys the enemy, especially if you have skilled trick, where you get the lucky shot for using the right click. Seeing that on here, amazing. Then 30% weapon damage when using the weapon skill. Every 6 bullets in the magazine will cause 1 more explosion. Likewise, you're still going to be burning through ammo like crazy, but the extra damage there, and then on top of that, causing additional explosions. I feel like there's not a lot of things in this game outside of the Gemini inscription that really lead to you getting those multiple explosions. But imagine every 6 bullets in this magazine, it's 28. So that's going to be 4 for 24. But if you get the inscription that says to double the magazine, then that's going to be 56 divided by 6. We're looking at 9 extra explosions. You can obviously do combine ammo capacity. This inscription, fantastic. This inscription, fantastic. I love guns that have exclusive inscriptions that are really transformative. They really shape the weapon around them, and that fits the bill. The fact that it's a submachine gun that also does explosion damage is nice. So, hey, Xfire, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I'm a Yodita, shapeshifter from another dimension, currently in my cosmic dragon form, doing the weapon tier list. Oh, I think people might have shown up. Dogs get Nancy. So where does this go on the list? Useful. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd my conceal ammo go? Did I forget to save an image for it? Uh-oh. Wait, or was I looking right at it because the skin was different? The skin was different. I'm sorry, I couldn't recognize it. What is it? What is it? We're just big chilling right now. Uh-huh. I'm gonna stay useful most of the time. I feel like this one would be very close to being in the not useful usually because the ammo management on it can be very rough. But because it's a machine gun that can also do explosion, that gives it an edge over most of these other ones. And I think it deserves to go there. Wolf Gaze. This is another DLC weapon. It is a submachine gun that says, hitting enemies applies a stack of veracity. At 6 stacks, trigger high damage and apply a stack of howl. And then you can right click and hitting enemies applies a stack of howl. At 3 stacks, trigger to scatter projectiles in surrounding area, which can apply stacks of veracity. So, at 6 stacks, trigger higher damage and apply a stack of howl. And right click is hitting on enemies applies a stack of howl. At 3 stacks, trigger to scatter projectiles. A lot of words there to say that if you keep shooting enemies, you will cause ammo explosions to hit everything surrounding. All right? Thought you heard Demonlore was meta for a bit, but to be honest, I've never figured out how to really use it. Well, if you go back in the VOD and listen to what I say about it, it is very meta if you build specifically to avoid reloading. But outside of that very niche situation, it's not generally useful. That's why it's down in that not usually useful category. Its highs, super high. But outside of that, its lows are lower. This one, you can spam a whole lot. You're just shooting, you get the stacks of Howl, and then right-clicking gives you extra Howl. And whenever you get those 3 stacks of Howl, you get the ammo explosion. Very good for getting lots of hits off. It's a submachine gun that does play into the multiple projectiles things pretty well. And then down here, it's exclusive inscription. Defeating enemies causes an extra scatter shot. The enemies hit by the scatter shot will also receive an extra high damage. Good for just mag dumping. If we're just pumping in a whole lot of damage into enemies by spraying into them, Wolf Gaze is pretty good. The building of stacks isn't that hard. It's not like the fastest rate of fire, but it's got a pretty big magazine. And when you get the right click, getting that extra howl on things will help build that up quicker. Not terribly useful at boss killing. The single target's not great for it, but it is really good at killing waves of enemies. The problem with this one comes with the fact that hitting enemies applies a stack of veracity. You are applying these to the enemies. You are not it's not the gun getting the stacks of veracity. It's not the gun getting stacks of howl. It is the enemies getting it. So if you get to the point of the game where you're killing enemies, let's see, you get 6 stacks whenever you hit the... Stop it. You get 1 stack of howl with 6 stacks of veracity. And then the trigger happens at 3 stacks. That's 18 shots. You need to land 18 shots on a single enemy in order for this to explode. If you're killing enemies in 12 shots, then, you know, it's not doing anything for you. And if you're using the right click, which isn't as fast to try to get these off, you know, you might trigger it a little bit more often, but you would probably be better off just getting a different weapon with a different ability on it. So the Wolf Gaze is okay, but I feel like most of the time it's not the gun that I'm looking for any of the runs that it's applicable for. So I'm putting it in the not useful usually category. I'm also going to BRB for just a moment. I'm going to see if we have people here and if the dog can come hang out with them for a bit. Black hole gun, won't you come and wash away the crabs? Black hole gun, won't you come? Won't you come? And look, it is the community bicycle. Patchwitch! Hey, everyone say hello, welcome in, community bicycle, everyone, Patchwitch!
Oh, chat. He was making fun of me.
Yeah, I'm really creaming him about it.
Wow. Chat.
What, do you not like getting roasted?
Oh, God.
You didn't realize that collabing with me would have such a steep price to pay.
Oh, you're as cold as ice, just like what fell on the floor with my coffee.
Oh. Hey, Lord Greenwolf, welcome on in. Hey, Reaping, welcome in. All right. we've got this on here. It is now time for the Sunder. The Sunder is our first pistol. Projectiles will horizontally split for 2 times. What that basically means is you shoot it, after a certain distance, it will split into more projectiles, and then after a certain distance, it splits into more projectiles. This one has multiple exclusive inscriptions to it. Excuse me. The initial split is now 5 bullets. Increase total damage by 30% for every time the shot splits. And each projectile hit on an enemy gives you extra basic weapon damage for 3 seconds. So, this one is interesting in that it has a small magazine, pretty good rate of fire, but this split thing is kinda hard to play into. Because the split, as you would imagine, makes it fan out really far, which makes it kinda hard to land crits on enemies. So you're probably gonna land like a couple crits on a few guys, but for the most part, the rest of the bullets are just gonna go out and hit wherever. Adding more bullets to that doesn't exactly help the situation. So it's kind of hard to land hits when all of your shots are spread out. If you are looking at like a big wave of enemies all on flat terrain coming straight for you, well, yeah, that'd be great. But how often is that gonna happen? How often are you going to have a big flat room with enemies that all have their weak points at the same level, and you could shoot and hit crits across their head, let alone hit them at all? Doesn't happen a whole lot. And since the projectiles split after it's already been shot, it doesn't count for extra projectiles on the gun. What I mean by that is, say you were doing a spore build, you want to have a gun like a shotgun that says damage times this many projectiles, right? But because this splits after shooting, it doesn't count as extra projectiles for that purpose. So the Sunder kinda doesn't fill a lot of useful spots, you know? There's not a lot of situations where I'm gunning for a Sunder. It's specifically useful on the really big bosses, your Golem, your Worm boss, on the boat. Like the really big bosses, all of those multi-hits on them works fantastic. But if you try to use it like a shotgun, it doesn't travel far enough before it splits. So, and then you gotta, if you do want to land it right as it splits, you gotta get the spacing just right. It's a very difficult to use gun. There's not a lot of situations where it's super useful. Hard to get the split to work for crits. For that reason, Sunder, you're not very useful. It's not a very useful gun. The Foundry! The starting gun. The gun you get right off rip. I kinda wish they would get an alternate skin for this gun. It doesn't look like a pistol at all, does it? Look at that. Kinda looks like a little cannon with a trigger on it. Your basic weapon. Basic weapon with unlimited ammo. Level is adjusted to the lowest level of all equipped weapons. There's no inscriptions for it. It doesn't have any fun or unique abilities. The only way it's getting an element is if you have the spiritual link active for elemental weapons. You cannot dual wield it as the dog. The crit is only a ×2. The rate of fire is pretty low. All things considered, the Foundry is an ass weapon. You're almost always going to want to get something else. If you get the Scroll Foundry's Blessing, you can instant kill some enemies. But honestly, there's a reason why people say Foundry only weapons, or Foundry only runs are challenge runs, because it's a shit weapon. It's not good. So naturally it's gonna go in the not very useful usually category. Scorching Rounds. We've got 2 skins here. The original look of the weapon. Look at that. I like the look of it. I like having the like molten metal look. But the blossom here, oh my beloved, you're from season 2. It's such a pretty gun. If I were to make like a Nerf gun for like a cosplay or something, that would be great. There. Anyway, pistol. Bullets cause small explosions upon hitting enemies. I think this is the weapon with the smallest explosion range in the game. At a 0.8. It's not even a 1. But it's always guaranteed to be fire, but look at this. So many exclusives. We got the crit stuff in here. We've got a magazine can become 2. Double the projectiles when hitting 2 targets in a single shot, meaning you had to get the explosion radius to hit 2 things. All of the elemental stuff too. We got elemental bonuses in there. I enjoyed swapping to the Foundry every few seconds with the enhanced Foundry scroll. Yeah, if you specifically get the Foundry blessing scroll, the Foundry can be good. Outside of that, I feel like almost any gun would be better. Lucky shot, no, down here. There's a 33% chance to create a large explosion on crit hits, guaranteed to trigger after defeating an enemy with a crit hit, dealing damage and burning effects to nearby enemies. This can be very fun. The fact that it causes an explosion, a large explosion, again, it kind of triggers like combust. You're going to be causing enemies to get staggered, which is always wonderful. And since this is a pistol, it has a faster rate of fire than most launcher type weapons. So getting this on here is really nice. Then explosion AoE +3 and explosions generated by hitting a block share explosion bonus. I don't think I've ever had this. Explosions generated by hitting a block share explosion bonus. What do you mean by hitting a block? Squeeze me? I'm trying to do a weapon tier list. Why do you gotta drop an inscription I've never seen before? Consult the wiki. It's going to be outdated since season 7 is coming soon. We just went into season 6. Season 6 started a month ago. Also, when season 7 comes out, season 8 will be coming soon. Like, we would never put out any information on the game if we were always waiting for the next season to come out. Scorching Rounds. Hitting solid objects will also trigger the explosion. That's what that means. Hitting a block. Okay. Well, that's good. So normally, the explosion is just on hitting enemies, but this makes it so that the explosion works on hitting anything. That's pretty cool. Not normally a big deal for me, but you know, it's all right. The thing about the Scorching Rounds is it's an amazing pistol. I think it's got one of the fastest reload times in the game. I used the Scorching Rounds in the Spiritual Assault mode using the Elemental Novas on reload and then run around with this, shoot once, reload, shoot once, reload. Super fun for that. If you've never done that before, go do that. Go open up the game and play that. That's really fun. It's a solid pistol. Anyone who's doing a pistol run, a 3.5 crit X is fantastic. That is the same as the Drift Shard Sniper. So you could say that this has sniper level crit on it. The fact that it has an explosion's nice. Guaranteed fire element, and I've made my feelings on fire clear that I think it's the best of the elemental types by itself. So fantastic, and we got some cool inscriptions on here. It gets all of the benefits of crit stuff, all of the benefits of elemental stuff. It is a fantastic weapon. And I think it has a pretty general use. The problem is, do we place it in useful most of the time? Because I don't think it's one of those guns that's useful all the time. I think it's still, like, the magazine's still pretty low. The fact that you can use it as like a sniper is pretty nice, but outside of that, the rate of fire isn't that quick. It's got some good explosion on it, so you can get a little bit of skill damage stacking, because for those of you that don't know, explosion damage scales off skill damage. So you get a little bit of that. But I'm just thinking, in my career, in my gunfire career, I don't like freak out every time I see a good Scorching Rounds and feel like I need to pick it up. I'm not like peeling myself away from taking it. So I think I'm gonna put it in the useful most of the time slot. Translations are a meme at this point. Yeah, I'm glad they put in a thing for it. They really do need to tighten up a lot of translations. It'd be nice if they just paid a dedicated team to handle that. I also think, I made my feelings on that clear in the subreddit. I think what would go a long way for helping them is to have keywords that they use. When you're looking at heroes, take me to the owl, because the owl, oh yeah, thank you. I need the moisturizer. When you're looking at the owl stuff, notice how every time it uses a specific term for the owl, the Astro Specs and Astro House, they put it in brackets. Hey, Itsuka! Welcome on in. This way of handling keywords is nice because it lets you know this is a specific thing that we're talking about in the game and not just casual language. You know that this is referring to a specific thing in the game. Anytime you see crit X in this game, you know what they're talking about. It's made very clear in the language what crit X does. But then you look at something down here and it says, cards can track enemies and automatically deal damage. Well, I love the fact that they tell us it deals damage, but what they need to do is have like a special color or a special term specifically to let you know this is skill damage. You have, this shows up on scrolls, it shows up in abilities, but there is skill damage, weapon damage, elemental damage, total damage. Just have the keywords and then put little brackets on them or have them be color coded or something like that. And that would help out so much in being clear. And it would also help with a lot of translation issues because then you're not translating the word, for example, health multiple times. Because there's some things in the game that's like, it says HP and it means your green health bar. And other times it says HP and it means the total amount of health you have. And if they use keywords for this, then that would avoid that problem because then you would just say words, 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 keyword, words, words, words. And then even if you threw it into a translator, the keyword should say the same and you would avoid that problem. Anyway, moving on. Aura Venom. Look at this cool gun. It's like a flask with a barrel and a trigger. Right click to rapid fire all remaining ammo in the magazine. It has a magazine of 8, pretty good crit on it, and a very high elemental effect chance. 40% is really high. This is guaranteed to be corrosion. It can't be anything other than corrosion. And right-clicking mag dumps all 8 shots. This is a large ammo magazine, so you gotta be careful not to dump all of your ammo out. It'd be real easy to get out of there. As for... Excuse me. I'm gonna die real fast. Let me drink some water. Its exclusives we have hitting an enemy up to 10% weapon damage for 2 seconds. So obviously, rapid firing an enemy will have that stack up, so you want to right click. This one is amazing. The Aura of Venom leads to a lot of really powerful runs. Rate of Fire runs with your mag dumping, fantastic. Skilled Trick runs with the right click, amazing. Elemental runs, amazing. You get crits real easy on it. It's not too hard to hit right click and recoil manage to land all of the hits on a crit spot. So any of the crit bonuses that you get here are good. Because the elemental effect chance is so high, this sort of ability plays into it really well. It's also fantastic for having as a share element Gemini. If you ever end up with Advanced Depot, this gun is stupid because you will right click and it won't stop shooting. It'll just go because it's never emptying the magazine. I think it stops after like 20 seconds of continuous fire if you don't run out of ammo. But this can be very OP in a lot of situations. It's useful on a lot of different runs. And because you can get some really cool inscriptions on it as well, that works and synergizes with it amazingly. Aura Venom's just great. And yes, I feel like it deserves to have a skin. It's a really good gun. I think this is already a cool skin. I like the way it looks, but I would love to see what else they could do by it. Want to know your opinion on what is the worst and strongest weapon category? Staff weapons, weakest. Oh, strongest are staff weapons and weakest are melee weapons. I think we'll get to it. I think we could probably make those. After I put everything on the tier list, it should be clear what my feelings are on that. But sometimes we got a decent spread. I'm gonna say the Aura of Venom is useful nearly all the time. It's good on elemental runs. It's good on big magazine runs. It's good on rate of fire runs. The only thing that it's not really looking good on is like a sniper run, but even then it's got a good crit. It's not like the crit on it's bad. It's looking pretty good. Whoa. Thunderstorm. I thought I was supposed to do the Talisman next. Did I not? Okay, this is one where I didn't get the picture. Hold on. Hold on. I've made a terrible error. Terrible error here. I didn't get a thunderstorm. Save. Thunderstorm. No, I did. Did I just not bring it in? Wait a second. Have I lost it? Oh, why is it all the way down here? Get up here. That's weird. I don't know why that loaded in differently. Thunderstorm! This one also has two different skins. The starting skin looks pretty cool. This like more mechanized version of it is pretty neat too. I like that. This one came out last season. This one is a gun that's changed. I liked how it was originally more than currently because it was originally like the Unreal Tournament 2K4 where you could shoot an orb out with the right click and then the left click was a laser that you could then shoot the orb and cause an explosion. Now it is just the orb. It is a launcher weapon. When you shoot, an electric orb that emits lightning arcs upon impact with the surroundings. We've got some interesting exclusive inscriptions for it. The orb can penetrate enemies, 50% lightning arc damage, and 20% target acquisition range. So when you shoot the orb, instead of it hitting an enemy and exploding, you shoot it and it pierces through multiple enemies, causing constant shocking arcs off of it. Then the lightning can break normal enemy shield and 100% final damage of explosion. These two are pretty fun. They really increase its ability. It is a neat weapon. You would think it'd be a pistol, but it is a launcher. And it is kind of easy to break. Electric damage is not as good as fire, but you'll run into lots of shielded enemies. The damage is super high for it. The explosion range isn't that bad either, but where this usually really pops off is if you can get this inscription. The penetrating enemies is really nice because it's a slow-moving orb, and as it passes by enemies, the electric arc bouncing onto them will cause multiple instances of damage. So if you could do like the share element with like corrosion, and then you can put stacks of miasma all over the place. That said, the actual explosion it does is pretty good. Anything for increasing explosion radius is nice. Since it's elemental, it plays really nice with elemental things as well. Honestly, I don't go crazy every time I see a thunderstorm. If I see this penetrates enemies thing on it, that could be kind of hard to peel away, but outside of that, I'm mostly going to be looking for this on an explosion or elemental run, and anything outside of that doesn't really play well. Magazine's small, rate of fire slow, crit, it's so hard to land a crit with it, so that's not usually going to happen. And the elemental effect chance is nice. It will hit multiple times, so it's okay, but this one is just going to go in the solid territory. You're useful most of the time. You're usually not going to kick yourself for picking up a thunderstorm. It does its job well. The Talisman. This is a little... Yeah, there we go. I was hoping it'd be glowing there. This is one where you can use the alternate fire button in order to change the element of this. So you can have it be whatever element you want. The elemental effect chance isn't terrible. It's a 10%. It says magazine 2, and whenever you left click, you fire both at the same time. Pretty neat. And then your right click will shoot 6 all at once. You right click and it like pulls out 6 talisman and they all shoot out. What it doesn't say here on the talisman is that it homes in on weak points. So it'll fly out, it'll go for a target and try to hit them on their weak point. It has a really low crit at only a ×2, but the benefit it gets is that if you're going for a crit build, you can use this to guarantee crit. So if you're doing like a Tiger gradual improvement run, the talisman can play really well with that because you're basically only ever going to get crits. If you have anything else, anything that really plays into crits, Lin or otherwise, you could do that. Obviously, an elemental run, you can get the benefits of this as well. And because the right click is very spammable, any type of weapon skill based run can play well with that as well. We do have some other things on here as far as our exclusive inscriptions. Hitting the same enemy 3 times in a row with the same element talisman triggers an AoE damage. So basically, anytime you right click and all of the hits hit the same enemy, you're going to trigger this like 2 times. That's pretty good. You get those little explosions on enemies. This one is probably the most powerful you'll ever see the talisman be. Own different elemental properties simultaneously. So if you have it set to fire, the second one is corrosion. Then if you set it to corrosion, the second one will be lightning. And if you set it to lightning, the second one will be fire. Basically makes it so that one weapon can get guaranteed combinations. It's not guaranteed, but it might as well. Very good. It's a useful weapon. It's good for rapid firing, because even though you only have a 2 magazine on the left click, on the right click, you will dump out 6 shots really fast. So you can get stacks of things very quickly. If you're trying to land lots of crits, if you have stuff based off of crits, especially if you have the lightning ball, fireball, corrosion ball, that's pretty good. And then anything elemental is obviously going to really like this. However, the problem is that, yes, we now have a different weapon if you have the DLC that kind of invalidates the talisman. We have something that is better for what it does. Hello, welcome on in, Ultimo. Welcome on in. We're doing the Gunfire weapon tier list, and we're on the Talisman. Now, I'm not going to say that should affect its ranking. I don't think you should turn away the Talisman just because we have the Sash now, but it does kind of change its utility. If you are doing an elemental-based run, it is hard to take the Talisman over the Sash. I can't ignore that reality. But what the Sash doesn't have is the ability to crit. So how important is crit ability for the Talisman? Considering it's only a 2x, not that great. The elemental effect chance only being 10%, also not that great. You can't dual wield it, so that gets rid of it for the dog. And the best thing you can use it for is to swap elements. It's not fantastic. I'm gonna throw it in the not very useful usually category. You really have to have a very specific build type if you're trying to use the Talisman. You gotta want to get the crits, and you gotta want to have elemental specific crits that you can swap to. So, yeah. I feel like that's in the not very useful usually category. Water. The Icy Spear. You might not know it's a pistol, but it is a pistol. You show this to someone and say, is this a melee weapon or a pistol? They would probably be like, well, that's a melee weapon, right? Wrong. It's a pistol. Hurl ice thorns that cause continuous AoE damage. Right-click to retrieve all ice thorns, returning the thorns deal guaranteed crit damage after piercing an enemy. This is an often overlooked part of this. When you do the left click, you throw them, and they make the little AoE circles on the ground that do continuous damage. But more importantly, when you do the right click and pull them back, it always crits. So when you look at the exclusive inscriptions, any of these that have the 80% chance on crit, these can be pretty abusable. On top of that, whenever you do the right click, it doesn't pull them from where they were. It pulls them from where you're looking. So you can look this way, throw out a bunch of spears to hit enemies, then turn to an enemy over here and hit the right click, and it will pull as if it was behind that enemy that you were looking at when you do the right click. It's a little bit finicky. It doesn't behave intuitively, but using this, you can get some pretty good crit stuff to pop off. As for the exclusive inscriptions, we've got increased total weapon damage by 10% for each enemy passed through, increased final weapon damage by an extra 50% for returning ice thorns. You're not going to usually pierce through that many enemies. Whenever I see piercing on a weapon, to me, the thing that's very important there is getting through shields. And I don't mean the blue energy bar, I mean physical blocking things that would stop your hits from hitting. That's what piercing's usually good for. Yeah, enemies might line up. There might be situations like when the monks make a whole bunch of lanterns that you pierce through them and hit. But it feels like very often piercing doesn't really matter a whole lot because enemies aren't lined up. So that part of this I don't care for, but just increasing the damage of the return, pretty good. Up to 50% weapon damage on the next shot for every ice thorn returned. That's cool because you could throw out a whole bunch and then return them, and then start to throw out a whole bunch and at least that first one does a little extra damage. And then increased total AoE over time. I don't normally care for the AoE on this. You could throw out the Icy Spears and put them on the ground and have them do AoE, but they go away after like 2, maybe 3 seconds. So it's hard to get a lot of them stacked up if your intention is to just have the land covered in AoE spears. What you're mostly doing is throwing these out so that you can get the guaranteed crit on the slurps. Speaking of frost, do you think frost should be an elemental effect? Nah. I think they could leave the elements as is. If they wanted to do something else, I think it would complicate things too much. There's already a lot of moving parts to this game, and adding in a whole nother element and elemental combinations it could introduce way too many ripples. People are already mind flooded with the amount of mechanics we have in here. I think they are fine with just playing with what we have and making more unique weapons and characters. I don't think we need to have fundamental base mechanics getting more complicated. So how do I feel about this? The Icy Spear doesn't normally slap for me. There are situations where it's nice, but consider for most guns, if you want to get crits, you just put cursor on head and hold down left click. And you get multiple crits. With this one, you got to do a little bit of work. Yeah, you can get the crit on the initial throw and then get the crit on the return as well. But it doesn't crit when it's the AoE on the ground either. So it's another situation where I feel like it's a solution looking for a problem. You want to have like, all right, this weapon is really good at piercing. It'll pierce through enemies and then pierce through on the way back. But you don't very frequently get into situations where you need to pierce through multiple enemies. Even at the higher levels of difficulty, when you have swarms of enemies coming through, I feel like you would be better set by just having faster rate of fire for clearing them, or just killing enemies outright with other means. The piercing, great for going through shields. If you're dealing with the horse head, if you're dealing with the rogue bandit, any of those guys that put up a physical shield in front of them, it's very good for that. But outside of that situation, it's not a weapon that I find is super useful. It's not abusable on a crit run. You can't throw them out super fast. Because it's a magazine 1, it's absolutely useless for a magazine style big ammo run. There's just not a lot of situations where it's terribly useful. The crit's nice, but you can work around this. Hey Azathoth, welcome in. This is the Dota 2 equivalent of roguelike shooters. Make it even more mind-breaking. I would like to see lots of interesting mechanics and stuff, but I think this late in the game's lifetime, introducing something like a new element could be disastrous. I feel like elemental runs are already very, very strong, as evidenced by Painkiller plus any elemental character is a free win at the hardest level of difficulty. So putting in an extra element, to me, would cause way too much chaos and require a lot of rebalancing. You would have to look at all of the combinations. I think it would be too much at this point. If they made Gunfire 2, then from the outset planning on having another element, that would make sense to me. But now, I think that would be disastrous. But Spear, you're going down here. You're not very useful usually. There are situations where it can be fun, but I think you have to really build into it to make it work, or have a very specific version of it drop. And even then, you would probably have a better time with something else. Cloud Weaver. Cloud Weaver is another one of those really cool weapons. It is a pistol. Again, you would think it's like a kunai, like almost even a melee weapon. But launches 5 controllable spiritual spikes. Damage of the next attack increases with flight distance. So the longer it's been flying out, not how far it flies away from you before it hits, but just how much travel space it's covered increases the damage it does. It goes where you're looking. If you press left click, it activates and it'll hover around your hand. But then when you look at a target, it'll move from your hand out to the target and hit them. So if you keep your cursor on someone's weak spot, the daggers will just sort of bounce around and do like crit, 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 crit. can be a little annoying because it will also fly out and hit barrels in front of you. They'll break pots. You'll end up wasting ammo on little things like that. Minor annoyances here and there, and sometimes when you're using it, you'll look at an enemy that's really far away and start hitting them, and then an enemy will cross your path and it will stop hitting them and then come back to hit them, and then your cursor goes off of them and goes back to the one in the back, and it can just kind of get stuck in travel time. So even though it can do really cool stuff like that, it can be a little bit unwieldy due to the way that it tracks. And then it does still have a magazine, so even though it's out there hitting, whenever it runs out, it needs to come back to your hand, recover, and then get sent out again. However, the most useful part of the Cloud Weaver is that it can be active while you are in an ability. So for example, Lee's Fireball, if you have the Cloud Weaver active, you can be charging her Fireball and the Cloud Weaver can still be out. If you are Queen Su, the turtle, he could be in his shield, charging around, hitting enemies, and the Cloud Weaver can still be out hitting stuff. So Cloud Weaver, very useful in skill-based runs. Even though it's not a staff style weapon, it does play very well with characters like that. For its exclusive inscriptions, extra crit and trigger an extra 30% damage when dealing damage to enemies have been hit by Cloud Weaver, reset after reloading. So if you hit the same enemy multiple times with it, you start building up extra bonus damage on them. And then increase the damage to the same target for 20% for every attack. Again, stacking multiple hits on enemies gives you extra damage. This one's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's useful every time, simply because even though the magazine is pretty nice, the rate of fire is pretty low. It can be a little bit unwieldy. Whenever you're using it, it's very hard to hit waves of enemies. Really good for bosses and elites. Kind of hard for clearing groups of enemies because of the travel time that they take to get from one enemy to another. Very often leaves a lot to be desired there. But it does have pretty solid uses. So I would say it's useful most of the time. It doesn't have like super general use, but it's often more useful than anything in this category. Brick. Come over here, Brick. Brick! It's a sniper rifle. Yeah, I know. I was talking about the other things not looking like pistols. Well, this is a sniper rifle. The classic ancient sniper called Brick. This does have some pretty interesting mechanics to it though, even though it is a brick. After a crit hit, a starlight drops that, when picked up, grants the next attack a crit hit with higher crit X. It is fantastic for building crit. This bonus doesn't stay permanently though. However, we do have some things down here. Plus 5-second duration of starlight staying on the ground, and for every second before the starlight disappears when you pick it up, plus 15% basic weapon damage of the next hit each second. Basically, this allows the starlight shard to stay on the ground for a while, and then if you allow it to stay on the ground for extra long before picking it up, then you'll get bonus damage to it. So this becomes about juggling starlight. You want to land a bunch of crits, not immediately pick up your starlight, and then go around slurping them up, and then you'll be able to do big damage on your next hit. It's really nice for any room where you have like a bunch of little dudes. You can hit them. Usually when you do land a crit and the starlight flies out of them, the starlight flies to where you were standing when the hit landed. So it'll bounce back towards you. It doesn't usually require you to throw it and then have to dive into a bunch of enemies to pick it up. But the thing that most people care about on this is this inscription down here. This is what makes it amazing. The effect of starlight is permanent, and picking up a starlight gives you a plus 0.1x crit up to 2. If you see this inscription on here, the brick can become the highest crit weapon in the game. Normally, the strike wing, the bow that whenever you hit enemies is the highest crit. But with this one, you can get the crit even higher because it gets the +2 on top of its base 4 for a total of 6, which is wonderful. So the brick is very useful as a sniper, very high single target damage. You can use it in those situations. However, it's very niche. You're only going to want to use the brick on a sniper run. You're not going to have other situations. It's not usually elemental. Its elemental effect chance is 30%, which is fine, but you're probably not trying to hose down enemies with elemental effect bricks. So that's not gonna happen. It doesn't really have a right click, so we're not doing any weapon skill stuff. You're not gonna do magazine or rate of fire stuff. It is a really, really good sniper for in the situations where you're doing sniper builds, you can take it. But outside of that, not terribly useful. I honestly think the mechanics of Spiritual Assault should be implemented into the core game mode, like the loadout thing. The items where you press G, it does an effect, and the scavenge event. Yeah, some of the stuff in the Spiritual Assault mode I think could be brought into the main game, but I don't feel like they care about Spiritual Assault anymore. I think they put it out there and it was a nice novelty at first. But if anybody else is like me, I'm not playing Spiritual Assault mode very often. It's not the thing I'm doing. You know? Hey, look that Zip, thanks for the 18 months! Thank you for the Prime! Hope you're doing good. Look, it looks like we're like a third of the way through here. The Viper Sight, new DLC weapon. We haven't had a lot of time with it, but I will do my best to rank this. It's a pistol that says after triggering 3 critical hits, the next crit hit fires a spread shot, dealing critical damage to the 3 nearest enemies within 8 meters of the target. Then when right-clicking to aim, it reveals the weak points of enemies in sight. Now it doesn't say this, and I might just be crazy, but I feel like when I'm holding down the right-click on this and it shows the little box on the weak points, I feel like I've got a little bit of auto aim on it. I feel like it pulls the bullets to those weak points. Because I swear it's giving me crits when I probably shouldn't have landed a crit. I get a couple flicks on there that make me question it. Now, it might just be the bullet shape. I know when I'm using the Piercing Flame, the Piercing Flame's bullet is actually like pretty big compared to some of the bullets. And that you can get crit hits where I feel like I shouldn't have, so maybe it's just something like that, but to me, I feel like it's got a little bit of auto aim on there. Now, outside of that, again, really high crit damage. It's got an explosion range on it. A pretty good rate of fire, a nice magazine of 12 compared to most of the pistols, and the elemental effect chance is pretty nice too. Down here, for the exclusive inscriptions on it, we can have a scatter projectile +3 with an increased range, which means that instead we're hitting 6 enemies with a 16-meter range. So when clearing rooms, this one is fantastic for it. And then down here, weak points are exposed without aiming, and after hitting an enemy, crit X plus 0.6 for 5 seconds. This one is fantastic. If you are doing a crit central build, the weak points exposed without aiming, yeah, love it or leave it, it doesn't matter. What's more important is that after hitting an enemy, getting that bonus crit. Because notice, it doesn't say you need to crit, you just need to hit them. So, that's whatever. But, this is a very wonderful crit build gun. because it allows you to do something that most crit builds don't excel at, which is room clear. Crit builds tend to struggle with waves of enemies hitting you because even though you're doing very high single target damage, the things that do AoE or high rate of fire are either hard to land crits consistently because they are spray and pray, bad recoil, stuff like that, or you have really low rate of fire, and so just hitting multiple enemies can be very rough. This covers that problem very well. I really like the Viper sight. Again, it's very new. My experience with this is not nearly as high as it is with a lot of other weapons, so you'll have to forgive me if I end up changing my opinion on this at some point. But I feel like even on runs where you're doing like more based on rate of fire, more based on magazine, this can still be pretty good because you're still almost every gun you're trying to land crit hits anyway. Like, you don't need to ADS down and target their weak point. You can still just hip fire this, land those 3 crit hits, and trigger this. You could be the dog dual wielding Viper sights, and just pop, 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 and then the crit hits will get shared around. I really like the Viper sight. I feel like it shows up, and if I see either of these inscriptions on it, that's amazing. Any of the crit inscriptions, that's amazing. Extra projectiles, that's also amazing. Almost anything works really well with this gun, and because of that, I'm putting it in the useful nearly all the time category. It's fantastic. The reload animation is neat too, yeah. It's a really cool design gun. I mean, look at it. It's got these little, like, glowy purple bits flying out of it. I like the design of, like, the dragon, or the viper. I guess it's more snake. It's more snake than Dagrin. What are more snaky. But I like, oh god, why did I back out? Hell. Now you want to talk about cool weapon design. Look at this thing. We got teeth all over here. It looks like a giant mouth. We got eyeballs looking around at stuff. It's super freaking cool. Look at that. Fire drenched out of it. How do you reload it? You feed it fish. It pops open and you feed fish into it. Thick. Love it a lot. Shotgun. Piercing +2. Reload the ammo 1 by 1 and can shoot at any time when there is a bullet in the magazine. Basically, whenever you're reloading most guns, you have to wait for the reload animation to finish. But because this one goes 1 at a time, you can get your magazine 6 down to 0, start throwing them in, and then if an enemy gets close to you, you pop them, you can shoot it out. You don't have to wait for the whole animation to finish, is all that's saying. Look up here. I'm sad that it doesn't show the times here. It's damage and then projectiles. But 63 times 14. The hell is pretty decent on the shotguns. It is a special magazine, so keep that in mind. You're going to be using special ammo. So keep that in mind. I guess the Scorching Bullet is now longer the only gun with the smallest explosion range in the game. The Viper sight tied it. Yeah. Loadout mechanic of Spiritual Assault into the core game would go hard. Again, I think you're asking for more problems because we already, with the seasonal mechanics, we're already having a problem where power creep invalidates a large part of the game. It's so easy to just blow the game wide open with just a handful of mechanics. I think if we did some sort of bleed over of the Spiritual Assault stuff into the core game, you would basically have to, again, invent an entire new game mode. you couldn't just have the regular game mode with those mechanics. You would have to completely change how stuff works. Hey, Sanchez, welcome in. Welcome on in. All right, as for the exclusive inscriptions on this, we don't have a whole lot here. This one doesn't get a whole lot going in for it. Reload 2 ammo at a time, extra projectiles, and extra lucky shot chance in 1 second after reloading. So with this, you're going to want to shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload. You don't want to just get your shots all the way filled up and then shoot. You want to constantly be shooting and constantly reloading. In this situation, something like Advanced Depot, improved clip, magic magazine, anything that's making it so that you automatically get things back into your magazine, you want to avoid. You want to initiate the reload. You want to manually reload this gun compared to a lot of things. And then down here, each projectile hit on an enemy gives extra basic weapon damage for 3 seconds. So just anything that plays well into shotgun stuff. The hell is all right. But that is, I feel like this is going to be a problem for the entire shotgun territory, is that you're only really going to be building specifically for the multiple projectile hit. You're kind of pigeonholed into it because you're not going to have really high magazines for the most part. You're not going to have a lot of ability to get high crit because all of these are going to have a low crit multiplier. The rate of fire, usually not that fast. Because you're hitting so often, though, the element can play into it pretty well. You can get some good elemental stuff on there, but not amazing. So, on the average run, am I going to be picking up a hell? Probably not. We're probably looking at a hell, unless... If I'm specifically playing the bird, I might pick up a hell. If I'm doing a spore build, I might throw it in my secondary slot in order to use it there. But again, that is a super niche use for it. You're talking about a very specific run, and even then, I wouldn't want to necessarily take a hell. For that, you want the Argus or the Wheel Saw, just because of the math on it. You're good? Having a good Saturday? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Illusion. Now this is probably the best general use shotgun. We'll get into that, but let's first look at the skin. I really like the skin. This was the first season. Different Phantom here. Very nice. This is a shotgun, but notice it says holding down the fire increases rate of fire and projectiles. The magazine on this is 24. It's got a decent magazine for a shotgun, and yes, holding down the button on this makes it shoot very fast and shoot even more projectiles, which means that this is good in a magazine capacity run. This is good in a rate of fire run. It's good in a multiple projectiles run. If it gets an element on it, it can be good for element. We once again find ourselves with a shotgun that does not have a lot of options on here. You'll notice that shotguns aren't getting any of the crit stuff on them. It's hard to get a lot of modifiers that play well with shotguns because they can either be super overpowered or absolutely worthless. And then we can get more projectiles on here, which is great. By base, it is 10 projectiles, and that scales up. And then each projectile hit on an enemy gives this basic weapon damage thing. We saw that on the hell as well. So because the illusion is very useful across many different disciplines in this game, I would say it's very usually useful. The only problem with it really is that it doesn't crit a whole lot and it will chew through your ammo. Ammo kind of just gets deleted by this weapon. Yeah. more weapons are situational than bad or good. That is specifically why I built the tier list this way. People want to do like S, A, B, C and just be like, yeah, that's an OP gun. Or, oh, that one's trash, that one's garbage. But it's a roguelike game. You have a bunch of random inscriptions. You have characters with different fortes and weaknesses. You have so many different variables in this game, it's hard to say this is a good gun and this is a bad gun. What you have to do is look at it as, this is a gun that is more often useful, or this is a gun that is way more niche. It is situational. So, with that in mind, the Illusion is going to probably be the only shotgun that goes up in the useful nearly all the time category. Because it's a really good gun. You just got to be careful about mowing through your whole magazine with it. But otherwise, I love it. The Illusion is fantastic. Recommend. Argus. Shotgun. Bullets spread horizontally and knock close enemies back on hit. If enemies hit any barrier on their way back, they will receive additional damage. What it means by barrier is literally any part on the ground. If they get hit into a wall, if they get hit into a rock, piece of terrain, anything like that, they'll take extra damage. So a bit of knockback there. The rate of fire is decent. The magazine, okay. 82 times 13 is the best calculation for Spore build. If you're trying to do a Spore build, you want to have a very high rate of fire weapon in your left hand, or in your primary slot, and then in your backpack, you want to have a weapon that is high damage, high projectile. When you do the math, the Argus is the sweet spot on that, and the Wheel Saw is a close second place for it. So this is the go-to choice for Spore build. That is very niche, so that doesn't really help it in the rankings, but I thought I would make that very clear. Elemental effect chance is good, and then down here we've got some fun stuff. We got the magazine capacity 2. I always have a lot of fun with that. We can get a bigger effective range in piercing and shot speed. That just makes it easier to land those hits. Generate a spirit upon your first hit on an enemy. The spirit will deal damage to the enemy in a line when you hit a random enemy. Basically, you're just getting extra damage on this. It's not like crazy. It's weird that they would call this generate a spirit. They could say like, they could just use their verbiage for stacks and stuff, so Then each projectile hit on an enemy plus basic weapon damage and stuff. The thing that I think is most sad about this is that doing the knockback into barriers thing would be way cooler if there was an inscription that added knockback to the weapon. If there was an exclusive inscription that says like double the knockback on the enemy, or like scale the knockback based off of distance, anything that really played into the knockback, that would be really fun. It might be hard for them to do that. I don't know what the limitations of their system is, but again, because of the horizontal spread, just like with the Sunder, it can be very hard for the Argus to hit multiple enemies in their crit spot. When we're dealing with the other shotguns, yeah, their spread's pretty wide, but it's possible to get a lot of crit spots on one enemy. But at range, this thing from where it spreads out horizontally, it's hard to land a lot of shots on crit. In its favor though, you do have a reason to get close to enemies and shoot them to do the knockback. So getting close to an enemy and plugging their weak spot with it and pulling the trigger and getting all of the hits on the crit, it's gonna be fantastic, especially if you knock them back into a thing. The problem is that it's very hard to get into the situation where you really get to see the knockback into barrier shine. Because of that, it's pretty niche. I'm putting it down here in the not very useful. Usually, You're only really going to see this guy when you're doing a spore build and you're trying to get the best spore build that you can. Outside of that, there's better shotguns for shotgunning. And that's just the truth of it. The Pupil. Shotgun with a charging shot increases accuracy when fully charged plus 50% damage. So this is a shotgun, but if you hold down the charge up, it reduces the spread down into a very manageable tight circle. And you can use that to land some really good hits. All 10 projectiles landing on a crit, really nice. I'm curious if you'll do an occult scroll tier list and different enemies you face tier list. I would be more inclined to do the enemies than the scrolls. The scrolls are already tiered by rarity, and after 5 years of the game being out, they've done a good job of moving them into the tiers that I think they fit. I mentioned this on stream a little while ago, but Evil Banishing Talisman used to be a common scroll, which was weird as fuck because you would be so happy to see it on any run so that you didn't have to worry about curses. And then they made it a rare, and now it's a legendary. So I think they've gotten better at putting scrolls into their proper tiers. And so I feel if I did a scroll tier list, you would probably just see me putting legendaries into the high rank, rares in the medium, and some the commons on the bottom. And that's about it. Yeah, there's gonna be an outlier here or there, but I'm a common scroll. Fuck you. Okay, fuck you. No, you didn't get me. You're speaking lies. Jazz. In the YouTube chat. Avoiding, oh, what, are you down there? Are you watching YouTube? Anyway, back to what we were doing. The Pupil is basically a shotgun that can become a sniper of sort. Because you can charge it up and reduce the spread down. Pretty cool. The magazine capacity 2 on it is also particularly good, so I like that as well. Increase total weapon damage by 50% for 6 seconds when triggering an elemental effect. Obviously the elemental things only come into play when doing the elemental, but because any shotgun has the multiple projectiles on it, the elemental effect chance does really play well into it. Oh yeah, we got Cthulhu down here in the chat on YouTube side now. Wow. Wow. But the more important things here are the lucky shot chance and extra crit and lucky shot chance when fully charged. You're almost always going to want to fully charge this because it gives you such a good crit. It's very crunchy on crit. Out of all the shotguns, this one is probably the most easy for it to bleed into other run types. Because you can shoot it pretty fast, but the charge on it makes it so good for landing really big hits. And then each projectile hit on enemy increases the basic weapon damage. Again, you're not going to be missing as many of your buckshot flying off of it, so it's going to be easy to maintain those stacks. Because of that, I'm going to put the Pupil in the useful most of the time slot. It's still not going to be as generally useful up here. You're not going to go crazy for it, but a lot of the times the Pupil is good. Even on runs that don't normally go for it, like the high magazine runs or high rate of fire, if you get that early on, you can still play into it pretty well because you can still click really fast if you need to, but I'm gonna put it generally useful. An enemy tier list, I'm gonna guess we would tier them based off of how difficult they are. And I don't know. I feel like that one pretty much sells itself, right? I could do like a boss tier list or an elite tier list. But I think if we did like every little enemy in the game, you would just be like, yeah, the little shits at the bottom, the bigger shits at the top. That's about it. The Wild Hunt, the double barrel shotgun. Big old tusks coming out of it. It looks cool. I really wish they would give the Wild Hunt an alternate skin. I think it'd be really neat, you know? With this one, you can press the fire button to shoot the first shot and then release it to trigger the second shot. So press shoot, release shoot. So you can shoot them really fast to unload. It's not really rate of fire though, because it's a unique mechanic. I don't think you play into the rate of fire stuff. But for unique things, when firing at an enemy within 5 meters, you get some extra lucky shot chance, and 80%'s decent. And again, the extra projectiles on hit. This one doesn't have a lot of crazy stuff going for it. It is like the quintessential shotgun. It is, when you say shotgun, you should think Wild Hunt, because it is exactly what you expect it to be. Really high damage, up close. The spread on this is atrocious, so you're not going to be using this at range at all. But if you get right in someone's face and then ta-clunk, they should be gone. But because of that, it doesn't really bleed into any other run types. You're mostly only going to use this as spore build fodder, or basically doing the bird shotgun run. So Wild Hunt, you're going down here in the not very useful usually category. Porcupine. The Porcupine is a shotgun that has a very interesting mechanic to it, which is if you left click, you shoot a single bullet that hits, and then when it hits, it does the spread from there. So the Porcupine's good for clearing enemies. It also is easy to land crit hits consistently with it, because you do the left click and it'll hit someone in the head and then spread from there, and maybe also do a couple more crits because it's concentrated on that spot. And then if you right click, it behaves like a normal shotgun. Another thing that it doesn't say on here is that the Porcupine is guaranteed to be corrosion. It will always be a corrosion weapon. In the early game, I value corrosion weapons because if you run into a Spearman Elite, he can be very rough if you don't have corrosion. And so this gives me a reason to take it early on, even if I'm doing nothing with shotguns at all. It can still be very useful for that specific situation. Now, its rate of fire isn't half bad for a shotgun, and it's got a decent magazine. So you could lean a little bit into a magazine run with a Porcupine, but it's obviously not going to be your go-to choice. And even though the rate of fire is okay, it could be faster if you were looking for a rate of fire build. But all things said, with the number of projectiles you're getting out of this, you might be able to make a rate of fire build work pretty well for you. As for its exclusive inscriptions, we've got each time the weapon skill deals damage, 10% lucky shot chance in the next 2 seconds. When I use the Porcupine, I'm mostly using it for the fact that the left click makes it behave more like a pistol with a scatter thing on hit than a shotgun. But if you see this, it gives you a pretty good reason to spam that right click instead. You just got to be careful because you will chew through your ammo pretty quickly with it. And then down here, hitting enemies with projectiles will accumulate stacks. When the stack count reaches 25, a certain amount of additional projectiles will be generated and fired at the same targets. So if you spam the right click a lot and get extra projectile hits on enemies, then you can build these stacks pretty fast, and then you'll get extra projectiles. The thing I don't like about the way that they have this set up is it feels like this was a pistol first, shotgun second, but then the exclusive inscriptions play more into the shotgun part than the pistol part. But that said, because of the way it behaves, it does fit into multiple categories. It can be used as a pistol run. It can be more easily used for crit. It can be used for projectile stuff, and it does have a decent magazine and elemental effect chance. Corrosion is on the weaker end of things because corrosion is only useful against armor, and armor is not nearly as common as shield. And then most things still have health, and so it's not good against raw HP either. So it is hard to recommend corrosion in general. However, the decay effect slowing enemies could be a life or death changer for you, so consider that. But all things considered, I still think very often I'm passing up the Porcupine. The Porcupine is not something I'm considering useful most of the time. Wheel Saw! Wheel Saw is a very cool gun. It is a shotgun with a circular saw blade on it. Every time you go to reload, or if you click the weapon skill, the Wheel Saw comes out and does a little melee damage in front of you. If all projectile attacks hit in a shot weapon skill hit an enemy, the next weapon skill will be enhanced. So, you want to get this right up on someone's body and shoot it, and then switch to the saw part of it. Just reload or click the action skill and just saw them down. Really fun for a skilled trick run where you're just mashing weapon skills. Super cool for that as well. The damage in projectiles, you'll see we got a 70 times 10, which is pretty good. That's good projectile amount for the Spore build. If you don't see an Argus, you see this instead. Good for a Spore build. Rate of fire, okay. Magazine, very small though. When the weapon skill breaks a normal enemy shield or armor, it deals extra damage. Okay. The saw blade hitting enemies and breaking their shield or armor. Yeah, I guess in that niche situation, that's pretty useful, but you gotta be close to enemies so that you can hit them with the skill, and it's only specifically in that instance of damage where you break it. So, whatever there. Outside of that, we don't have, like, a unique inscription for this. That said, it can be fun. I don't think this counts as a melee weapon for the purposes of melee damage. So if you're looking to do a melee damage run, this doesn't technically count as that, but the game doesn't, let me be honest. The game's not specifying melee damage. It's not a thing. It's still weapon damage. But if you're doing a melee weapon, this doesn't count as a melee weapon. But I think it's really cool. I've had a lot of fun with the Wheel Saw before, but it still suffers the same problem that most of these shotguns do, where if you're not doing an extra projectile run, then it's not a gun that you care to have at all. It doesn't really do a whole lot for you. Plus, with a shotgun, you're already going into close combat. So having this little Wheel Saw is nice for hitting enemies. You might get a kill that you otherwise wouldn't have, but because we don't have an exclusive inscription that really plays into the saw, it feels like a wasted opportunity. Kind of like how I feel about the Argus with the knockback thing. We could have had some sort of like cool saw-based exclusive inscription, like for the damage that you do with the Wheel Saw, enhance the damage of your next shot or something like that. But, you know, why bother? Why not just get a different gun? If you're gonna go melee, get an actual melee weapon. If you're gonna go shotgun, get a better shotgun. But, oh shit, I did it again. Tab. Wheel Saw, not very useful. It's just not. Continue. The Jet Octopus, our first spray weapon in here. I keep saying injectors, but they changed the name to spray weapons. Oh, I see the puppies getting outside attention from the guests. Useless but cool mechanic weapon. Inspect animations by pressing F. Huh? This ain't no Hunt Showdown. Anyway, Jet Octopus. Spray weapon. Absorb energy from enemies within a cone-shaped area in front. Then when you right-click, you consume that energy to shoot a water column. So this still does damage, even though it says absorb energy from enemies. This is a damaging effect. It doesn't just like slurp up and fill up your bar and then you can only deal damage with this. It does do some damage, just not a whole lot. And then for your exclusive inscriptions, you have a chance to restore 1 unit of energy when the water column hits the weakness. So if you're able to put the jet on an enemy's weak point, then you can sustain it a little bit longer. And then minus movement speed of enemies hit by the water column or water jet, and 100% increase crit hit damage taken. Now it's only got a crit of 2, so it's not like a huge increase of damage. But it's a fun gun. It's interesting. The rate of fire isn't that fast, even though it's a constant stream and it's considered a spray weapon. Rate of fire isn't that high. And very often I feel like building up the resources to then shoot them takes longer than I would want them to. If I was doing a run with Momo, or I had some other way of mitigating resource building, then yeah, that would be all right. But this is a weapon that I feel like very often I'm turning down. I rarely ever see a Jet Octopus and go, that's my gun. That's the thing that's gonna turn this run around. That's what I'm looking to build into. So Jet Octopus, where are you at on here? Boom. There we go. Not very useful usually. The Jackpot, a new DLC shotgun. You could tell what's going on with this baby just by looking at it, and that's how you know you got good gun design. How did I design this gun? Well, it's a shotgun. How can you tell? It's got 9 fucking barrels on it. How many projectiles is it gonna shoot? It's gonna shoot 9 projectiles, you dumbass. It's very good for that. But it does have a special mechanic here. You can see there is a little screen, and it says after every shot, obtain a random effect bonus. So after shooting 8 times, it has a magazine of 1, so it's not like a magazine of 8, but you'll see when you have this gun in game, there's a little indicator that shows how many shots you've had, and then after 8, it will give you a random effect bonus. There's 3 bonuses: damage up, more projectiles, and explosive shots. So when you do this, it will give you some amount of random effect. You may get 1, you may get 2, or you'll hit the jackpot and get all 3. You could also lose them. If you have an effect and then you shoot your 8 shots, you might lose all your effects too. So you could bankrupt, whatever. The rate of fire isn't terrible on it. It could be pretty nice. The fact that it's 9 projectiles is okay. Elemental effect chance is all right. But we don't have a lot of things going on here because it's a very unique gun. It'd be hard to get a lot of things to work for it. Gain at least 2 effects simultaneously. So whenever you shoot your 8 shots, then you could, wait a second. I have been fundamentally misunderstanding this weapon, and I just finally had the wires connect. It's not that whenever you shoot the 8 shot, you get a random amount of them. It's just randomly adding 1 or removing 1. So you're going from no bonuses to 1 bonus, then maybe to 2 bonuses or back to 0, and then up to 3 or down to 2, and then when you're at 3, maybe you bust and go back down. Huh. Well, ultimately doesn't change a whole lot. You're still getting like random effects added on, and obviously more effect better than less effect, but the way you've been generating those. New gun, DLC weapon. I'm still working out the kinks, and I haven't had like a lot of fun runs with this. By the way, burst shot run with the jackpot is fucking great. If you're currently watching this in season 6, and or I guess in season 5, you could probably take this back into season 5 and do the wild talisman. This goes crazy. It's so much fun. But then the other one, each draw effect gains an extra boost. Projectiles is more projectiles, damage is more damage, and explosion range is big. I would say the jackpot really shows its colors when you get the explosion damage on it. when you get the explosion enhancement, this thing is fucking great because you get 9 explosions at least. And that can cause a lot of staggering. If you have anything increasing your explosion radius, then that can go off really high. And the explosion range, it doesn't show on here, but I think it's something like a 3-meter range, which means the explosion Gemini can play into that and give you the multiple explosions, which also goes hard. The rate of fire isn't terribly fast and the magazine's small, so it's hard to play into those runs. It is also hard to land a lot of crits because when this shot goes out, you have to imagine it's just a square of bullets flying forward. So if you put it right on somebody's crit spot, maybe like 4 of the shots will hit the crit, but the other shots aren't gonna land on it most likely. Maybe on bosses or enemies that have particularly large weak spots, but otherwise it is hard to land consistent crits with this guy. But I would treat this more as a launcher than a shotgun that occasionally just sucks as a launcher if you don't have the explosion bonus on it. But you could probably use it just fine as a shotgun, but we're running into a meme here where all of the shotguns are basically only useful as shotguns and not anything else outside of that. It's sad to say, I really wish there was better ways for characters to generally lead into shotguns, but it feels like so many things play into magazine size, rate of fire, and crit. And a lot of guns can sort of bleed between those aspects, but shotguns kind of just stay locked in their own little territory. And it's hard for them to step outside of that. So for that reason, again, I gotta take the not very useful side of things here. Tiger Cannon. Look at this. Look at this beast. Look at this thing. This is another gun that I think is very iconic to the game. When people think of Gunfire Reborn, I feel like the Tiger Cannon is one of those ones that you see a lot. Feel like it deserves its own skin. It's very, very cool. But we got fire shells that cause large area explosions. Very simple gun. It is a rocket launcher. It shoot, it rocket. Notice we don't even have a crit down here because it is unable to hit weak spots. That is a thing, a feature of launcher type weapons, is that they literally cannot crit. You could hit the missile directly into a crit spot, it still won't crit. This one, I believe, has the largest explosion range in the game. Maybe the Bone Dragon will tie it at a 6. Decent elemental effect chance, but as you would expect, the rate of fire and magazine is incredibly low, and the reload time is enormous. As for our exclusive inscriptions, we have a lucky shot chance whenever you hit an enemy. This is hard to maintain, but if you have them all grouped up, you can do that. Double the projectile for the next shot when hitting 2 targets in a single shot. Again, if they're grouped up, that's great. But the one that's unique to the Tiger Cannon here is the total damage on direct hit. So if you hit someone square on the nose, you're going to get some extra damage on there. This one, because it is so niche, it's hard to say that it's useful generally. Obviously, if you're doing an explosion-based run, this is the gold standard. The Tiger Cannon is an amazing explosion weapon. But if you're doing crits, it can't crit. If you're doing rate of fire, it ain't got none of that. Magazine? Nope. No siree. It is an elemental effect chance. Even though it's got a decent elemental effect chance, because you are not shooting very rapidly, it is hard to apply it. So, once again, generally speaking, Tiger Cannon? Tiger Cannon? Tiger Cannon. You're down here, bud. I apologize, but you do great at the one thing you do, but otherwise, nah. Laser Glove! Laser Glove is a spray weapon. You press left click, you shoot a laser. It does fire. and it increases damage on the same target. So if you hold the button down on the same guy, you will do increasing amounts of damage. Even though this elemental effect chance is pretty low, the rate of fire is super fast. So you're very likely to trigger the elemental effect pretty quickly on enemies. This one, I don't know why this one's at the top, but has a chance to launch a small missile upon shooting. This one's really fun. If you get this one, because spray weapons have such high rate of fire, you shoot off these little missiles, they go crazy. Lots of fun there. It's easy to maintain the lucky shot for 3 seconds when you hit an enemy. So seeing this early on in the game, you can trigger those lucky shots very quick with it. Again, any of the elemental stuff with a spray weapon is almost always going to be fantastic. And then weapon damage bonus for hitting the same target plus 100%. Spray weapons and elemental effect chance are a combo made in heaven. So if you're looking for a fast rate of fire weapon, these are great for that. If you're looking for an elemental build, these are great weapons for it. And because spray weapons chew through ammo very fast, you very often will get large magazines. So it plays into magazine runs. And they can crit. So these are generally useful. I'm not going to say they're always useful. Like, they're still not very high damage. You have to, this one in particular, you have to hold it on a single enemy to get a lot of value out of it. So it's kind of hard to sweep across a room and kill all of the enemies in it. So you're going to have to like focus one down, focus another down, focus another down. Whereas some kind of higher damage bullet type weapons does a better job at mowing down a lot of weaker enemies. But for what it's worth, it does do pretty well in a lot of general uses. So I'm going to put the laser glove up here in the useful most of the time category. Frenzied Shark. I don't understand why we're bouncing around into different areas on here. You'd think they would just be like assault rifles, SMGs, pistols, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we're back to launchers. Frenzied Shark fires bouncing grenades, causes a small area explosion on hitting enemies, cover, and continues to bounce. Damage of the next bounce will be reduced after hitting enemies. If you look at this, you would be thinking it's a pistol. It's kind of got like a similar build to the Foundry, but no, this is a grenade launcher. And the Frenzied Shark is probably one of the best launchers in the game because it can actually dump. It shoots really fast. You can throw out grenades in a lot of places and really lean into the big explosions by pumping them out everywhere. A common theme with the launcher type weapons is that they're one and dones that you shoot, blow up, and then you have to do the reload. Shoot, blow up, reload. And they try to do big spike damage, but because they lack crit, you're missing out on that. And because you're not able to unload a magazine, you're restricted in the amount of hits there. So again, explosions do scale off skill damage. So if you're doing a weapon damage run and you end up with a lot of skill things like a Spirit Bible or Sucker Punch or things like that, you can get value out of that with explosions that you wouldn't have had with any other kind of weapon damage, so that's cool. Problem is that we're not getting the crits still. Rate of fire is alright, magazine's kind of low. You'll notice that we're going to see a lot of the things from the launchers here with like doubling the projectile for the next shot when hitting 2 enemies, so if you can get that AoE bigger, it's fantastic. But for the Frenzied Shark specifically, increase total damage by 50% for every bounce the projectile made with a max 100. So getting those extra bounces does more damage. Cool. And the grenade will track enemies within a certain range after every bounce. The grenade damage will not decrease after hitting enemies. This one's really fun. If you have not had a Frenzied Shark run that had this inscription on it, I feel bad for you because it is one of the silliest things ever. Just shoot into a room, the grenade goes out, bounces, and then just boom, flies into the closest enemy. flies around just auto-targeting. Auto-targeting stuff in general can be very fun. But when you're usually doing a launcher run, it's with the dog, because the dog has explosion-based damage and stuff. So dual-wielding Frenzied Sharks and having at least one of them with this ability on it is so fun. You just lobbing grenades everywhere and they kind of handle themselves. Now, the Frenzied Shark does have a slightly bigger magazine, makes it easier to play into a magazine thing, and the rate of fire isn't bad either, so you can get multiple shots off pretty quick if you're trying to just dump. But at the end of the day, it is still a launcher. It still suffers from the problems that other launchers have. It's just a little bit more useful. But I don't think that's enough to get it out of the niche, because if you're not doing an explosion-based run, there's almost no reason to take the Frenzied Shark. Pretty much no reason outside of an explosion-based run. So, general usefulness, low. The Shrieker! Look at this lobster-ass looking gun here. Or I guess it's like a crab claw. Guarantees critical explosion damage after hitting a weakness. Hitting a weakness or barrier causes a massive explosion. Excuse me, hold on. I need to drink some water. I just got random hiccups. That's cool. I love random hiccups. And refrigerators. Ugh. Anyway. So, the Shrieker is a unique launcher because it does have the ability to crit. So it does get that bonus there, and that's pretty nice. And because of that, you can get massive explosions, which is cool. The magazine is a 4, which means it's not a one and doneer. The rate of fire isn't that bad, but you don't usually care about the rate of fire on this because you want to charge it up. It is a charge weapon, even though it doesn't say that over here. So you'll charge up the Shrieker explosion thing and then shoot it out and try to hit enemies in their crit spot. Over here, whenever you do hit those big explosions, it is easier to maintain the multiple hit things, so that's nice. But here, for every enemy hit, increase the total damage dealt to the current attack. So you need to hit multiple enemies. Whereas with the shotgun, it was multiple projectiles hitting one enemy. With this one, you need to hit multiple enemies. I feel like these sort of things where you need to hit multiple enemies are okay, but they obviously fall apart when you're dealing with elites and bosses because you don't have a bunch of ads to build things off of, and when they do have ads, they're usually not hanging around the boss. They're usually like coming in as patches from the side and coming after you. So that kind of sucks. Launchers in general are okay for clearing waves of enemies, but then they struggle on single target stuff. And then the piercing +1 guarantees a crit explosion after piercing a weakness. So the piercing is cool. You'll pierce through an enemy and then cause an explosion on them, and then it'll continue through and then cause another explosion. I would say if there was any candidate for being a more useful one, it could be this. But I still feel like there's just not a lot going for it. If you're going for a build that does crit, maybe you could say that this would do well. Like maybe Lynn could use this and get a lot more versatility out of it. But we're kind of stuck in a situation where launchers are only good if you're specifically doing an explosion build and trying to make that work. Like, elemental effect chance maybe, but you're probably going to go for something that more consistently puts that out. I mean, think about it this way. We saw the aura of Venom had a 40% elemental effect chance, and it has a much faster rate of fire, and you're able to get a good deal of use out of it even if you don't hit the crit spots. I'm tempted to put the Shrieker in the useful most of the time spot, but I can't bring myself to do it. At this point, I feel like I'm just pitying the launcher class The reality is that they... Let's rename... I'm gonna rename this. I feel like this is just going to incite rage. Useful... Situational usefulness. Useful. Situation... Could you... Why are you... Situational usefulness. Why is it over on the side? What is going on here? Alright, I think renaming that makes it less ragey. I think saying not useful most of the time doesn't get it as clear as saying situational usefulness. I don't know why it's behaving like this though. Can I? Whatever. God, that bothers me. Bone Dragon! Bone Dragon is the black hole gun. Black hole gun can be very fun. It does have a smaller explosion range, so the Tiger Cannon is still king there. This is a charge weapon as well. It shoots a gravity orb that pulls in nearby enemies and triggers multiple explosions on hit. So you charge it up, you shoot it down, and then it does 4 explosions. And as it does, the black hole sort of slurps enemies in. Very fun gun. It's very interesting, and when you reload it, this little mouth opens up and you can see the ball charging in there. Very cool. The unique inscription of extra total damage to enemies pulled into the gravity orb center. You basically need them to be right in the middle to get this extra damage, but it's very cool. And then every 3 hits trigger 1 additional enhanced explosion with 100% damage and +4 meter AoE. So if you charge this up and you hit a boss with it, and it lands on them and they stay in the circle the whole time, you will trigger this. But where this really benefits is if you have a group of enemies and you shoot it into there, every 3 hits triggers an additional explosion. Well, if it's 3 enemies, then that means the first hit is going to do that additional explosion. This one can be a lot of fun. It does run into that problem that I mentioned with other things that say you need to hit multiple things, is that later on when you're doing so much damage, you may not even really see the benefit of this because you'll be killing things in 1 hit, or you'll do the trigger and then it explodes and kills everything, and now the rest of your damage is just being left on the table. Which isn't a huge problem, it just means that it feels unoptimized. But the Bone Dragon is really cool. It does crowd control very well. It from where you hold enemies in place and deal the explosion, you get more of those stagger triggers more often because they'll get hit by the explosion very frequently. But at the end of the day, we're still mostly only ever looking at the Bone Dragon for the purposes of an explosion run, and so for that reason, it's got to go down here into situational usefulness. The Justice! Look at another lizard weapon. We love our lizards. You left click, fires a grenade that generates a lava field when it explodes, dealing damage over time to enemies. Basically makes a little lava pool, and if things step into it, they get burning damage on them. The elemental effect chance is 30%. The tick of it doing damage is pretty fast, so you'll very likely do burning on enemies. The explosion range, pretty good, and the damage is all right on it. Plus, he's pretty cute. Look at this little boy right here. Look at him. As for his exclusive inscriptions, he gets a minus base weapon damage, but you fire 3 grenades with smaller AoE. So basically, this does more total damage, and you cover grounds differently, but what this basically allows you to do is try to trigger hits more often. Turns them into a little mini shotgun, let's say. I like this guy. he's way more useful for an elemental run than any of the other launchers. You could do area denial with the fire, and he does have a decent rate of fire compared to the other launchers. He still kind of sucks though. If you're not specifically doing a launcher build, he's not going to do fantastic. If you are doing an elemental build, there's other weapons that I would say be way better to look for. The rate of fire is okay, but he doesn't have a big magazine to cover for the rate of fire. And then likewise, if you're doing a magazine build, there's not going to be a whole lot to do off of that. So, and again, we're not hitting crit points on this. I am more inclined to put the justice in the useful most of the time slot, but if I'm not even going to do it for the Shriek, who can get crits, then probably not. It's just the elemental side of things that can be useful, but if it can't crit, it doesn't have good magazine, it doesn't have good rate of fire either, then we're at like 2 build archetypes it's good for and 3 that it's not, which means on average it's not useful. So we're throwing it down here. The Deafening Mortar. I apparently never equipped my Deafening Mortar skin. I'm a fool. Either that or I went back and I equipped that one for some reason, but there we go. Yeah, equip me that. Look how pretty that is. The Deafening Mortar. Fire a series of explosive barrages at close range, or the right click, fire 3 mortar shells after a brief charge. So this kind of works like an explosion shotgun. If you left click, it shoots a ball out in front of you, and when it hits or after a short distance, it explodes into a bunch of tiny explosions. Or you could right click and you get an aiming reticle that allows you to lob mortars onto enemies in a more targeted and long distance way. It's pretty cool. There is the description for a chance to consume no ammo when shooting, and if no ammo is consumed, you do double damage on the next shot. And then the weapon skill consumes all magazine ammo and fires more mortar shells. See, the magazine is 3, and you fire 3 shots, but if you have anything that changes that magazine size, this can become amazing. And that can be built in inscriptions. A gun can have an inscription for like a plus 60 or 100% magazine size. Or maybe it's 40 and 100. I know there's one that's 100 just to double it. The mortar's pretty cool. I like it a lot. As far as being able to do both single target and multi-target damage, it works very well because when you're trying to clear a room, you can use the right clicks to lay down the mortars at a distance. But then when you're fighting bosses, you get in their face and do the left clicks to just blow up in a single spot. A lot of explosion damage. But to save everyone some time, we're just going to continue to put launchers in the situational usefulness category. Thunderclap Gloves. Shoot a lightning ray that spreads out from one target to hit another on hit. With its special thing of a AoE range, enemies inflicted get hit once again at 50% usual damage. For an elemental run, this is fantastic. Being able to hit multiple enemies on the lightning hits are great. Electric damage is fine. I don't think it's good as fire, but I think it slightly edges out corrosion. Shock makes enemies take more damage, which is cool. Pretty big magazine, and since it's a spray weapon, it's good for rate of fire, and it can crit. So almost everything I would say about this one, I could equally say about this hand, so you are just going to be useful most of the time as well. General usefulness pretty high with that guy. Rainbow! Look at that. The rainbow as an actual rainbow weapon, it looks like it's right out of My Little Pony. This is a spray weapon that has something similar to the Dragonchaser, where if you right click, you will launch a mark and the ray will lock onto the mark. Otherwise, it just auto locks onto enemies. So if you don't have a mark down, it will just auto hit enemies that are close to you. But what the marking does is allow you to be farther range. Your range limited on the regular left click, but if you have an enemy marked or something marked, you can do way longer range with it. Again, magazine pretty good, rate of fire very good. One of these enhancements is amazing. Grants an additional beam that homes in on another enemy at 50% of the usual damage. This is very nice for putting extra stacks of stuff on other enemies, especially if you're doing a spore build, that could be fun. And then this one says, the farther the mark is, the higher the ray damage toward the locked mark. So when I mentioned the Dragonchaser, I said that I feel like it is hard to use because when you're trying to land marks on enemies, they missing once means that you kind of have to deal with your missed mark. You have to delete it or put another mark down before you can shoot again. The rainbow itself, without even having the right click here, it's pretty good. It does a constant stream of damage. You hose out damage and hit enemies, but unless you mark them on the weak spot, they will not target weak spots. You can look directly at the head of an enemy and you will not crit on them. You have to mark them to hit the crit. So unlike some weapons that literally can't crit because they're told not to hit weak points, this one can do it. It just requires a little bit of a bonus. But you can, unlike say the Talisman that homes in on weak points, the problem with that is that you can end up hitting the wrong enemy because you don't have a good targeting situation with it, because if you're trying to hit an enemy in the back and there's one sort of in the front, it might get diverted and keep on hitting things in front of you, making it hard to deal with enemies like the monk, because you'll go to hit the monk and instead you'll hit the lanterns in front of it. So there's some iffy things there, but I feel like the rainbow is nice. The fact that you can crit with it, it has a good rate of fire, a decent magazine, and the elemental effect chance for it works really well. I'd say the rainbow is generally a useful weapon. Useful most of the time. The Fire Dragon. We've got literally the dragon from Mulan here. I forget his name. Someone in the comments will take care of that. But what is it? It's a flamethrower. You press button, you shoot flames out. Elemental effect chance is nice. Magazine's nice. Rate of fire is nice. It can crit. We do some extra damage. And then down here, the elemental effect chance is doubled. Increase the total weapon damage by 50% against enemies affected by burning. It is a fire dragon. Mushu! Thank you. I knew someone out there would have that for me. Thank you, Suman. Welcome on in. We've got... It's good. This is a flamethrower at short range. You're not going to have very long range with them, but it does do very good at getting enemies in burning. It does a constant spray of damage, which is pretty nice. The magazine is a decent size with a good rate of fire, and it can crit. There's basically nothing about this that I would say any differently than I would about the laser gauntlet. The only thing is that it is short range. It's a little bit scarier to use because you got to get close to guys, but it makes up for that with a little bit of extra damage and more elemental effect chance. So, Mushu, get in here in the useful most of the time slot. You're just good. He's a good guy. And plus, it's cool when you reload him. He kind of like swirls around your arm. It's fun. Radioactive Gauntlet. Radioactive! Radioactive! You want to talk about cool guns? This is one of the coolest guns that's ever been in a game ever. A big, tall order, I know, but we'll talk about that here. Otherwise, it's like the other gauntlets. You left click, you shoot a laser. It does corrosion damage, but this one auto locks. It's kind of like the rainbow. Once you're in range and you left click, it will auto target enemies and hits them. But the important thing here is the right click. Activated at the right timing will fire an enhanced laser. Enemies hit by the enhanced laser will refract the laser to 3 nearby enemies within 6 meters. So there is a little rhythm game on your screen whenever you have the Radioactive Gauntlet active. You'll see these little lines moving towards the center of the screen, and there'll be 2 little boxes on either side, and you need to right click when the line is over the box. If you do that, then you'll get the enhanced laser. And as long as you hit it every other time, you will maintain the enhanced laser. If you miss it twice, you'll drop the enhancement. So you basically just need to constantly hit it. But because it auto locks on the nearby enemies, you don't have to be too careful about your aim. You can kind of just zone in and focus on the rhythm mini game for it, which is really fun. On top of that, notice the rate of fire, really good. Magazine, really good. The crit, it's not normally possible for it to crit because it auto locks onto enemies and it doesn't lock onto their head, but technically possible to crit, but you're most likely not going to see that happen. And even though the elemental effect chance is low, the rate of fire is high enough to make up for it. The really, really beneficial thing here is that refracting laser. Having a spray weapon that hits multiple enemies is very good. Remember how I said that exclusive inscription on the rainbow is nice because it lets you hit 2 enemies at once? Well, the Radioactive Gauntlet can hit 4 enemies at once as long as you can maintain that enhancement, which is really, really good. You're able to clear waves of enemies way faster as long as you're able to maintain that rhythm. On top of that, we do have several bonuses here that work really well with it. Obviously, elemental stuff is great, but they also gave it this increased weapon damage when triggering an elemental effect, which you're going to be doing constantly because you're hitting 4 enemies at once with a spray weapon. And then down here, we get lucky shot chance whenever you hit an enemy. Easy to maintain, but most importantly, every time the enhanced laser is activated, 20% lucky shot chance up to 100 and reset when the enhanced laser ends. If you can maintain the rhythm, you get guaranteed 100% lucky shot chance. That is an incredible inscription to get on a weapon, getting guaranteed 100% lucky shot chance. So this weapon, it is great in a rate of fire run. It is great in a magazine run. It is great in an elemental run. It is my go-to choice for a Spore Gemini build. You could do a lot with this weapon. As long as you are able to maintain the rhythm game, the Radioactive Gauntlet is powerful. The only thing that it really sucks at is crit builds. Because even though it does have a crit multiplier on there, you are not very likely to hit those crits ever because it's not targeting it. Yeah, I brought up the Argus and the Wheel Saw for Spore build, but this is the best thing for Spore builds. Any of the spray weapons are good for it. Don't get me wrong. If it has a fast rate of fire, this is the thing that you want to put Spore stacks on with. The thing that sets this one a tier apart from everything else and makes it the best thing for Spore builds is the fact that it will hit 4 enemies at once, as long as you maintain the rhythm game. For these reasons, I'm saying it is nearly useful all of the time. The only thing it's not great at is crit builds. And then the moment you get counter violence, that problem goes away. So Radioactive Gauntlet, enjoy your spot there. The Star Ring. The Star Ring is, again, we're getting into like the really cool gunfire weapons, things that that you just won't find in any other game. The Star Ring is your antithesis. It's very cool. Just look at it. Look at this little thing. I wish there was a way I could activate it, but you hold it in your hand. When you left click, you expand the ring. You domain expand whenever you left click, and you can set the range of the ring based off of how long you left click up to a certain distance. It's not too terribly far. It's probably something like 6 to 7 meters. But you only deal damage where the ring is. If an enemy is outside the ring, no damage. If they are inside the ring, no damage. You have to deal damage to them with the ring itself. So you have to expand it to the right spot. Then it also has a magazine. So every time you land a hit on an enemy, it's going to remove some of that magazine and bring it down. If you want to reload it, or if you want to bring the circle back in, you will right click and you'll deal a lot of damage as it comes in, and then you'll reload it. So the right click there, it is a weapon skill. It is pretty interesting. I feel like it's kind of hard to get this to work because, again, similar to how you need to have proper spacing with the Sunder in order to get the best benefit out of its splitting projectiles, you need to get the star ring in just the right spot to hit enemies. Even though it covers your whole body, it's a big circle around you, it's kind of hard to use right because it can crit. Look at it, it's got a ×3 crit. The crit isn't bad. It's got a pretty good crit, but you gotta get the right distance, and then you gotta like get the right vertical on it as well. And even though it's hitting multiple enemies, you're probably not going to be hitting the crit spot on multiple enemies, and they all need to be basically the same distance from you. So the star ring is kind of unwieldy. But as far as its other benefits here, you get each hit on an enemy plus 20% total weapon damage to the next weapon skill. So if you are able to hit an enemy 5 times with it, then when you retract it, you could deal double damage to them. For me, this is a weapon that has one very niche use case, and that is a skilled trick run where you are getting into melee range. If I was playing as, I don't know, Momo or the bird, you could probably jump into range, shoot out the thing, hit a couple enemies, and then retract it and deal a bunch of damage. But it is so unwieldy. It is a very difficult gun to use. You also can't dual wield it as a dog, which kind of hurts its applicability. The dog is almost never going to be taking it. And the rate of fire, it isn't listed here, but if you hold this on an enemy, it does hit pretty fast. You can, if you can hold it on an enemy in position and go, it will hit really rapidly. But I've struggled to find uses for a star ring. And there's almost never a time where I see like a particular setup on here of inscriptions at all that make me really want to pull it. So for that reason, Star Ring, you are in the situational usefulness tier. The Dragon Breath, the Spartan Laser, with the Gears of War reloading action skill. You cause an explosion when hitting an enemy and cause the weapon to enter a charge state. Right-click to activate at a specific time will complete the charge in advance and cause the next shot to penetrate the enemy. So you shoot, and then a bar appears with a spot on it, and then a little line moves across it, and you need to right-click when it's on there. You will recharge it faster, and you get piercing on your next shot. You will notice that this says it's unable to hit weak spots. That is specifically for Lyn, because over here we have a crit. This one can actually crit. It's a 1x crit, which means you're not actually dealing extra damage, but for the purposes of getting a weak shot hit, this is a launcher that can do it. So if you have anything like, I think Merciless Strike is extra lucky shot on crit hits, that sort of thing. Anything that gives a bonus like that, this one actually gets the benefit of. The fact that you can reload it faster because of the charging mechanic, that's pretty cool. And I like that, you know, it gives it an extra little mechanic, a little ripple there of something cool. Damage is pretty nice. The explosion radius isn't actually that big, but we do get this thing down here that says +1 stack each time the weapon is activated, +1 weapon explosion when the stack is full, up to 3 stacks. Clear the stacks if you fail to charge. So as long as you're able to hit the recharge over and over again with this inscription, you get some extra explosions on hit, which is cool. It's all right, but I think at this point we all know where we're going. It is a launcher, and launchers only have one spot in this world, and that is there. This one does get the benefit of having a right click at all. This and the mortar launcher, so if you are doing a skilled trick run, or maybe Momo, and you can use a weapon skill in a beneficial way, it'll have that. But again, we're talking about something incredibly niche, not very likely to benefit from that. Benefit generally. The Tempest, look at this. It's not only the gauntlet, but it's got the goggles with it too. We got the bullets all around the fist. And this is where the main shot comes from, right there. This is a cool weapon. I love this one a lot. I've used this in a lot of runs. Look at the little holographic things floating around. Love it. Launcher, left click hits cause a small explosion and restore energy, and when you hit the resource cap of 40, you can hold your right click to mark enemies, and you can mark them multiple times. You'll see a little charge up on them. Mark duration affected by attack speed, release to deal massive damage to the locked targets. It doesn't say that there's like a limited number of marks you can do, but I feel like there is a max number of enemies that can be marked by it. It might be like 6 or so, but you want to have as many of them locked on as possible, and to leave them locked on until you get up to 3, and then release to do a big explosion. Super fun. The left click isn't that bad either. You have a magazine of 21. The rate of fire is 3, so you could do pretty decent with it. And this weapon skill is enormous. We also have a couple of things down here that really help with that. Each mark on an enemy grants 40% chance of lucky shot per hit when firing the weapon skill, a 30% at 3 marks. So you can get 40, or at 2 marks, 80, or at 3 marks, 90. I'm gonna guess they thought 120 was just too much. But still, almost getting 100% lucky shot on your charge up. Really good. Hey, Little Metal, thanks for coming. You're on a 15 stream streak? Sick. And then minus marked duration. Each marked enemy returns the player's 7% energy when firing the weapon skill. This one is fantastic. If I see a Tempest laying on the ground and this shows up, really makes me want to use this a lot. However, this is a generally useful gun. Unlike other launchers, we have a decent magazine. So you can use the Tempest for its decent magazine size. The rate of fire isn't bad. If you can start stacking up the rate of fire, you can keep stacks on enemies pretty well. The explosion range, kind of on the smaller side. So if you have any of these inscriptions that says, double the projectile for next shot when hitting 2 enemies in a single shot, that could be rough if it weren't for the right click. The right click really makes up for that. Lucky shot chance for 3 seconds whenever you hit an enemy. Well, guess what? We're locking onto multiple enemies and hitting them. So it kind of gets the benefits of all of those things. It doesn't have the ability to crit. We have no crit X on here. So if you wanted to do anything with crit, you would have to get counter violence and be very specific with that. But the elemental effect chance is good. The weapon skill is good. The magazine's all right. The rate of fire is all right. And it's got explosion. And you can dual wield it. For that reason, generally useful. It's useful most of the time. I would almost put it up here if it could crit. If it could crit, it would be up here at useful nearly all the time. The fact that it can't crit at all without getting counter violence means that I just cannot put it up there in the useful nearly all the time section. Clawspray! I love Crab Gun. I will take it even when it's not optimal, just so I have this little cutie here with me. Whenever you click to spray it, he gets this little happy eyes. He's just so happy to be part of the show. It's a spray weapon. You left click to shoot a water jet. Hitting enemies will attach a bubble to them. Continuous hits will cause the bubble to expand until it explodes. It is a spray weapon with an explosion range, which is really nice. It's cool that we can get explosion stuff on weapons that aren't just launchers. And for its exclusives, we have a couple things here. Minus movement speed of enemies hit by the water column or water jet, and 100% crit damage taken, so it's easier to hold them in place and cause the explosion to happen. Double the bubble expansion speed and total explosion damage. Awesome. Very good. And then launch a high pressure water jet with a plus 60% rate of fire. The high pressure water jet just means that it covers distance faster and goes farther. The effective range of it is better. This is a good weapon. The magazine, nice. Rate of fire, nice. You'll notice we don't have a crit on it, so don't expect to be getting any crit damage out of it. Elemental effect chance is nice, and it's got an explosion. It is good as a single target source as you constantly hit enemies with it, but it does clear out pretty well on top of that. The Clawspray, once it gets an element on it, I think it is very useful. Outside of that, just pretty generally useful. You're right. It doesn't have a crit X on. Hold on. How is it doing extra crit hit damage if it doesn't have a crit? Am I being deceived? Because if it could crit, we would see the crit X times 1, even if it didn't get bonus damage. Yeah, like why would they have crit X1 here? But then not, wait. It's not that we're limited in the number of things that they could show, because now we have more on there. That's interesting. Well, still, I don't think it is like nearly always useful. I do think it's still generally useful. The fact that it can do crits is nice. But I think it is still just useful most of the time. I don't think it's really hitting the same highs as over here, because its ability to make the bubble is really cool. You get the explosion out of it. That's really nice. That does scale with skill damage and stuff. But I don't feel like it actually slaps as hard as some of these other ones. If this had some of the exclusive inscriptions where it was like the more enemies you hit, the more stuff you got to do, like you got a weapon damage bonus or something like that. Do you think the gauntlet launcher could crit but doesn't say it can, like the crab gun? Let's take a little break. Let's take a little break. There's no character that does spray weapons. Just bring me down. I'm gonna hit this I'm gonna hit this chest for a little bit and see if we end up with either one of them. I wish there was like a quick reset. We're gonna hit this for a little bit and see if we can hit either the Clawspray or the Tempest and then run in with it. Just to confirm. Because I agree with you, I think we are still getting a crit. Hey, Metal. There's your kiss. You can keep that. You can put that in a little jar for yourself. This is why we do. You know, I can also probably just look at the wiki. Though the wiki has been wrong. I have seen the wiki be wrong. Let's see. Yeah, they still call them injectors too. Clawspray. Oh, they just have a question mark on its crit. Huh. What about the Tempest? It doesn't even have a crit spot on its weapon info. Clawspray. Okay. So. It says a crit X of 2.5 on here. So it should have a crit. It does. It has a crit of more than 1. Huh. Yep. Alright. Well, you gotta be careful about that. I don't think that changes my ranking of anything. But it does make me question some of this. What else did I say? Didn't have crit. Oh, I could probably just look at this. The Radioactive Gauntlet, even though it has crit, it doesn't actually target the crit. Any of these launchers, that doesn't really change much for me on that. The Tempest potentially having a crit does make me want to put it up though. I'm not willing to run through that though. I feel like I've critted with it. And even then, I got to. My heart is telling me to put it up there. My heart is telling me that it belongs up there. Piercing Flame. You go with your heart. Piercing Flame is a sniper rifle. It does fire damage and it has piercing bullets. Who would have thought? Decent crit, rate of fire is okay, magazine kind of low, reload time kind of low, but it does have an amazing elemental effect chance. Over here we got a couple of interesting things. The fact that piercing can work with this is okay, but that's whatever. Any of the snipers, you have a chance of doing the scope in to mark enemies and getting additional crit damage. That's pretty good. But this one, its exclusive inscription is double weapon damage for each enemy hit the ammo pierces, and an additional damage is applied to all enemies it has passed through. So once again, piercing stuff is cool. I like it for going through physical shields, but piercing through like groups of enemies, I don't feel like the benefit of that helps out a whole lot. Clearly on boss fights and things, you're not going to get a lot of benefit out of that either. So unless you have like a long line of enemies, like you have a long narrow hallway and they're all running straight towards you and you're able to get the benefit out of it, the piercing doesn't help out a whole lot. But I do like it because the high elemental effect chance, any sniper's going to have good crit on it. And also the piercing on this makes it good for any of those bosses with shields and stuff. So for the piercing flame, you are useful most of the time. The only time it's not really useful is for those magazine of rain and fire runs. Both of those are a little but outside of that, I don't think you're ever bad off taking the piercing flame. The double caliber, it's a step. Why is this one so much lower? I feel like the other weapons were hovering a little bit higher up here. The double caliber is a sniper with a very special benefit to it. Each shot consumes 2 ammo, but if both shots cause a crit hit, return the 2 ammo to the magazine. So as long as you keep plucking away at people's crit spots with it, you never have to reload. If you have any way to sort of lock an enemy down or keep them in place, it's very easy to just plop, pop, 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 and pop away at them. This one has a really nice aiming magnification, so if you're ever aiming down sights, you can hit your scroll wheel to go closer or further away. The elemental effect chance isn't as great, but we do have some cool things here, like after hitting an enemy with both bullets, the next shot gets an extra crit. So you can bump this up from a 4 to a 5.5, which is really nice. And then each projectile hit on an enemy gives you extra basic weapon damage. So since we're doing multiple projectiles and you have the ability to hit multiple times, that works really well too. However, this one, since it doesn't have the piercing, the elemental effect chance is a lot lower, and it doesn't have a guaranteed element on it. It makes it harder to say anything about its super usefulness outside of a sniper specific build. Maybe you can make the argument that since we're shooting out 2 projectiles that you could say it's like a pseudo projectile build, but because the rate of fire is also low, I'm not feeling like it really fits the bill. So double caliber, you're situationally useful. The Goshawk. This is a really strong sniper. You have a crossbow that you have to charge up. It takes like a full second, maybe a second and a half to get it charged, but it hits hard. It's a lot of damage. You do a pretty good crit on there. The rate of fire is, doesn't matter a whole lot. It says the magazine is, or it says the rate of fire is 2, but you're almost always going to be charging this up. You don't want to not charge it up most of the time. So, I don't even think the rate of fire really matters on that. For its exclusive inscriptions, this magazine capacity becomes 2 is always delicious on a sniper rifle if you can get those. But the bullet will automatically attack an enemy's weakness is neat. And the 30% weapon damage and rate of fire minus charge time with scope on. This one makes it way easier to use. It's not usually my go-to sniper, simply because when I have snipers, I now want to do the drift shard, because the drift shard is so fucking cool. But if I don't have the piercing on the bloody drill or the piercing flame, and I don't have the drift shard, then the Goshawk becomes sort of a good opportunity to get a lot of damage. Having that scope is nice. Bows are really good, because they do a lot of damage and they have a lot of crit, but I feel like it's harder to land crit hits because you don't have the scope. More like Gawk. So you're still down here, you're still a sniper. At the end of the day, if you're not doing a sniper build, there's almost no reason to take this, so why would you? The Woodpecker. We just got, oh wait, no, that was something else. Season 4, I never equipped this one either. I'm a fool, but look at this, look how shiny it is. I've had all these skins and then just never came into my inventory and equipped them. I feel like a moron. The Woodpecker. We just had the Gushhawk and now the Woodpecker. I feel like I should be a bird for this. Sniper, final weapon damage in each hit while aiming, up to a 50% bonus. The damage bonus will decay over time. When not aiming, the damage bonus will not decay, but will not take effect. So basically you need to aim and then rapid fire hits to get extra damage on it, which is really nice. This is on the lower end of the crit bonuses for snipers. It's a large weapon, large ammo weapon. So it's not a special ammo like most snipers are. So you can save yourself a little bit of pain there on ammo management. The rate of fire is really good. You gotta like rapid click. You can't just hold it down to shoot really fast, but it does almost as fast as you can click it. Shoot it off. Magazine is decent, and the elemental effect chance when you do get an element on this is very good. Notice we have a lot of benefits on here. This is getting a lot of the crit stuff on here, a lot of the scope stuff on here. We got element things whenever you do have an element on it. And then down here we have extra weapon damage and extra crit, and shots do not consume ammo within 2 seconds while using aim down sights. So this kind of helps with the ammo mitigation here. Extra crit up to a plus 10 on each crit hit within the first 2 seconds after scoping in. So 2 things in a row of scoping in, aiming down sights, and then landing crit hits gives you benefits here. And then a mark will be generated upon crit hit on a normal enemy. Hitting the mark will directly defeat the enemy. So this doesn't work on elites and bosses, but you can use this to just 2-tap enemies, just hitting them in the crit spot. This is actually a useful weapon outside of snipers. Yes, it's in the sniper class, but it does have really good rate of fire. The magazine isn't amazing, but it at least is something that has a high enough base that you can build off of it and get some more. And as you can see, you get extra weapon damage while just aiming down sight. So as long as you can scope in and land some crits, you can rapid fire those crits out and deal some pretty decent damage. For that reason, this sniper will escape the doldrums of the situational usefulness and earn itself some useful most of the time. Almost any character can pick up the Woodpecker and get some use out of just shoot. Turn the scope on, scroll back if you need to so you're not super zoomed in, and then just spray with it. And you'll be pretty well set. The Golden Bow. Now, if you are going for a true sniper, this one's pretty good. Weapon damage and crit X increases with the charge level. Reveal enemies' weak points at a certain charge. Any of the bows can't be dual wielded, but that is specific only to the dog, so I'm not terribly concerned about it. But here's the original skin. This is this season's reward. So if you want to get this, you'll have to get this one done. Now, I'm going to consult the wiki on the Golden Bow. Yes, you get up to a 1.5x crit bonus at full charge and a double weapon. Oh wait, no. I read that wrong. Every 10% of charge of the bow increases the total damage by 10% up to 100, and the crit X by 0.15 up to by 0.15 up to a 1.5. So this goes to a standard sniper 4.5 crit bonus, but on top of that, you'll be getting the double weapon damage bonus. So it can be very, very high damage. Imagine that being a 400, 4.5 if you're fully charging this every time, which you probably will be. It's just naturally what you do. Let's see. Because this is a bow, we're gonna see some bow things show up here. Arrows deal additional AoE damage on hitting enemies. Some lucky shot chance for 5 seconds, half second, up to 150. We're not shooting that fast, so you're probably not gonna see that stack too well. Rate of fire increase, projectile speed, and lucky shot chance up. Again, you can spam the arrows. No one's saying it's illegal. The cops aren't going to show up. But part of the reason why this weapon is so good is charging it up and landing those really juicy crits. Anyway, the weapon-specific one here, after arrows hit an enemy's weak point, generate extra arrows to attack weak points again. Basically, this is like any other thing that says whenever you land multiple crit hits in a row, you have a chance for higher projectiles. This basically says after you hit an enemy's weak point, you get an extra arrow to hit the weak point again. It's basically just extra projectile. So this, as you would expect, is a sniper that stays strongly in the sniper category. If you're looking to snipe, it is great for snipe, but it is only great for snipe. So situationally useful. The Bloody Drill. This is probably one of my favorite guns. As someone who plays on Reincarnation level 10, very often you will hit enhanced enemies that have the armored modifier, which means all of their health was converted into shields and armor. And why would this be good for that? Because it says bullets will penetrate enemies, causing a continuous bleeding effect which constantly drains HP on hit. So if an enemy has 1 HP and 10 billion shield, and I shoot them with this, they instantly die because the bleed damage kills them before their shield goes down. It is incredible. On top of that, it is a piercing weapon. So if an enemy has a physical shield or something like that, it pierces through them, hits them, and does bleed damage. Pretty good damage on it, pretty good crit. The magazine, nothing to write home about. And the elemental effect chance when it does have an element is decent. And getting an element on it would be really nice so that you get the bleed and something else to go alongside of it. It does have some interesting, unique inscriptions here. Hits on bleeding enemies will increase total damage by 50%, so hitting the same enemy twice with this is pretty nice because you put the bleed on and then you deal extra damage. It also works in multiplayer well because you putting bleeding on an enemy gives them this debuff that says hits on bleeding enemy will increase total damage by 50%. So when you're fighting elites and bosses, you shooting them and putting the bleed on them will also give this debuff so that the rest of your squad deals extra damage as well. The farther the enemy you hit, the higher the bleeding damage. This is just great for sniping. Obviously, if they're really far away and you pluck them in the head and they don't instantly die, they'll die very shortly after. But we once again find ourselves in a situation where because of the rate of fire and magazine, and it not having a guaranteed elemental effect chance, it is hard to say that this is useful outside of a specific sniping setup. So you are a situationally useful weapon. The Thing, another sniper. This one does have a guaranteed element. This has corrosion on it. Single shots will break the armor of all enemies within the explosion. So this, if I am in Act 1 and I don't have like a specific weapon setup where I need like 2 weapons, I will almost always grab a Sting from my back pocket because if you run into a spearman, this destroys him. You want to have a corrosion weapon. This also does massive crit, so it's good for single target stuff. It also does an explosion, so it kind of helps with any adds that might be around him. And because corrosion decays, it slows him down and gets rid of his shield. It is just like the perfect thing to grab in Act 1 to take care of the spearman before you actually settle into your like whatever weapon you're trying to do the run with. The way this works though is that the third shot of every magazine is the explosion. You will shoot once and shoot a arrow. Then you'll shoot again and shoot multiple arrows. No. Backwards. You shoot once, you shoot multiple arrows. Then you shoot again and you shoot less arrows. And then the third shot is one big explosive arrow. It's like, brr, brr, boom, brr, brr, boom. So this is really good. As far as snipers go, It's a guaranteed elemental effect chance, so it can work with elemental runs. Because it does an explosion, it can hit multiple enemies, so it's not just locked into single target damage. It is still a sniper, even though it is on the really low end of crit damage at a ×3. But that explosion range is really good, and the rate of fire is all right. Plus, we have so many exclusive inscriptions that we can get. And for it specifically, we have ignores normal enemies' armor and deduct armor equivalent to 50% damage additionally against elites and bosses. So it's pretty good. I don't know how much value I give to the Act 1 taking this to stop a very specific enemy being generally useful. Like, I don't know if that bumps it into general usefulness, but the fact that it can be used on an explosive run, it can be used on a crit run, the rate of fire isn't that bad. It does have a guaranteed element, so it is useful in an element run. And I normally don't have a problem with just picking up a sting and using it because it is useful. I think that means you are, again, a sniper that has escaped the situational usefulness area and kind of found yourself in the useful most of the time area. The Prism. This is the first kunai style weapon that we've gotten, and it is a pistol. The kunai can pierce monsters and bounce off barriers. It's got a 30% elemental effect chance, which is pretty good, a crit of 3, and we got some decent inscription capabilities on here. And for its specific weapon ones, we have 100% lucky shot chance per ricochet. It deals extra damage when the projectile goes through an enemy with a weapon rate of fire down, so you can't throw these as quickly with this one on, but you get bonuses when it pierces, and then split 3 darts after the first ricochet. I hate to break it to you, but the Prism sucks. The only time the Prism is good is in Act 1, and that has nothing to do with the Spearman. It is simply because the majority of the maps in Gunfire Reborn have open ceilings, and they're just kind of open air in general. Having a weapon that benefits from ricochets doesn't do you any good if when it ricochets, it just flies off into nowhere. In Act 1, it does okay because a lot of them, it's all underground, it's all in like this temple, pretty small rooms, tight corridors, that's fine. Act 2 in the desert, there's a couple of places where you go inside of buildings and the ricochet can be very useful, but if you're trying to play into the strengths of the Prism, that means you're probably going to have to shepherd enemies into the areas where you get the benefits from it. And then that also means, you know, you're kind of spending a lot of time setting up for your kill instead of just getting the kill, when you probably could be using a different weapon to do that for you. It's not good. Nobody said you couldn't get a win with it, but I would say this is probably, like, looking at what's remaining here and what we've already put up, the only thing that would be worse than this is probably the Foundry. And the Foundry at least gets like a specific scroll that actually bumps it up to make it pretty good. This kunai's just got nothing. After you're out of Act 1, it is worthless. It is an active hindrance. The Strike Wing. The Strike Wing has the highest base crit in the game at 5x. And it has a special ability. After hitting an enemy, 3 additional arrows will be launched at other enemies behind the initial target. So similar to how the Viper Strike, when you hit those crit hits and it spreads and hits multiple enemies, and that kind of helps with a crit build trying to take care of waves of enemies. The Strike Wing has that built in. You hit an enemy in the front and it spreads into the ones in the back. It's fantastic for that. We've also got some really cool splits on here, or some really cool inscriptions on here. All split arrows will go after the same target. So you hit one, it will split and then go into another target, but all 3 of them will hit the same one. A split arrow leaves a mark upon hitting an enemy, gives a 100% lucky shot chance of the split arrow if it is generated through hitting a marked enemy. So you need to hit one enemy, and then it will split and hit multiple enemies and mark them. Then if you hit the marked enemy, it will then create lucky shot splitting arrows and generate more marks. This one's pretty fun. If you see this one and you've never given it a try, give it a try and see how you like it. But no matter what we say here, no matter what we do, this is still a sniper that is for snipers and nothing really else. The only other thing I would say is that if you're doing an armed caster build, the spiritual blessing that says you get more skill damage per crit X that you have, you obviously want to get strike wings because they have the highest crit damage in the game, especially if you get an inscription that increases the crit. And then you'll want to get 2 strike wings and do the share crit Gemini so that you can get that plus 10 crit X on your skill damage. But at the end of the day, it is still a sniper, and the snipers are all pretty much in the situational usefulness category. The Glimmering. The Glimmering is our second kunai weapon. It sticks to enemies on hit for a short time and explodes. It does have a guaranteed elemental effect chance, much like the Prism. It does have crit, and it does have an explosion to it. So it's going to get all the benefits of the elemental things on here, which is nice. But the only unique inscription that it has is the Glimmering causes an additional explosion, which is cool. Just another instance of damage on here. This one is way better than the Prism because it's not built off of the idea of it ricocheting around. We don't have that. Don't these also bounce around? If it does bounce at all, it doesn't bounce and pierce through enemies. It sticks to them and explodes, which means the inscriptions you're going to get on this are going to be generally better because of that. But the problem with these weapons are that they don't have a lot of general usefulness. You'll notice that the magazine is 1, the rate of fire is 2, but the rate of fire doesn't really matter because you're just throwing the same one over and over. The crit isn't too high, and this is a guaranteed elemental effect chance of 10%, but that means you need to, on average, throw like 5 of these to get that 50-50. So you're not going to be putting things into burning that frequently. So if you're doing an elemental run, there's way better things for elemental. If you're doing a rate of fire, you're going to find way better rate of fire things. If you're doing an explosion run, way bigger explosions. Crits, you're gonna find better crits. This one, I would say, isn't necessarily bad. It's just almost that you're always gonna find something better in every category, no matter what. And for that reason, it's just situationally useful. You basically would want to go into a run going, I want to use the Glimmering, and then build for the Glimmering. And then there you go. Woo, you did it. Lightning Kasana. Lightning Kasana is a sniper rifle, and you will notice it has a 4.5 crit. Most snipers are at a 4. This one's at a 4.5, so it naturally has a little bit of an edge on them. Not as big as the strike wing, but it is nice. However, this one has a really cool use around it. This has a resource cap. Shooting a teammate deploys a damage blocking shield. Damage being blocked or causing no-scope crit hits gains charges. Scope shots consume charges for enhanced shots with higher crit. So basically, if you're playing in multiplayer, you could shoot your teammate and it'll give them a bubble shield that blocks an instance of damage. And then if it blocks damage, you get a charge. Additionally, no-scope crit hits gives you charge. And then if you scope in and shoot an enemy, it will use a charge to deal extra crit damage. This is a very fun sniper. It gives you a reason to do no scopes. It's very fun in multiplayer to put bubble shields on your allies and give them a little bit of support. It is a lightning sniper with a 40% elemental effect chance, so it works well with an elemental build on top of that. And like I said before, the crit is already pretty high. Comes down here, deploy a shield on yourself after dealing 2 crit hits with enhanced shots. 50% total weapon damage while the shield is active. So if you get this, you also get the benefit in solo play or just for yourself of getting the shield. However, there is nothing here that helps it escape the niche use of being a sniper build for the use of sniper stuff. So as you would expect, Lightning Kasana is down here in the situational usefulness. Arclight. It is the last of the kunai style weapons. It is a pistol that says inflict lightning that automatically attacks nearby enemies. Every 4 hits with lightning or daggers grants 1 use of Dagger Fan. And then right click is the resource cap of 6. Cast a fan of daggers, marking hit enemies. Inflict 2 extra lightnings when a dagger or lightning hits the marked enemy. So this one is a bit more useful in that you could do a couple of single target throws on enemies, build up your charge, and then fan out and hit a whole bunch at once. It's a little bit better for dealing with groups of enemies. As far as pistols go, that is something that they normally struggle on, is dealing with groups. You're normally just focused down on one enemy, trying to land those crit hits on them. It is lightning with a 20% elemental effect chance, which is significantly better than the glimmering. A little bit worse than the prism, but at least with these inscriptions, it has nothing to do with the bouncing and ricocheting nonsense. So down here, look, inflict 1 extra lightning when hitting an enemy. So you can get those extra shocks in. But again, I feel like if you're going for an elemental build, there's better ways of dealing that. If you're going for a crit, this isn't terrible. A 3x is all right. But the magazine's low, the rate of fire's low. It's hard to land a lot of hits with the fan for the same reason that the Sunder and Argus are hard to hit. That horizontal spread, it works when there's enemies in sort of like a cone in front of you. But if you're talking about enemies at different elevations, if it's over uneven terrain and stuff, the fan isn't doing a whole lot for you. Now it says marking enemies with the fan, and then you inflict 2 extra lightning when a dagger or lightning hits the marked enemy. So you want to hit the fan and then immediately charge it up again and hit the fan again. So if you're doing some sort of weapon skill heavy run and you're able to build those resources faster in some way, then this can be a little bit more powerful at clearing groups of enemies because you'll get those extra hits in. But again, that is a huge investment just to eke out a little bit more optimization from it. And the same amount of effort put into a different gun would probably be way better. So for that reason, situationally useful. The Drift Shard, another new DLC weapon. The Drift Shard is the only normal ammo sniper in the game. It has a 3.5 crit X, so it's got a higher crit than the Sting, and it has a pretty decent rate of fire, and you'll notice a magazine of 4. It is a bow with a magazine greater than 1, which is also unique. It has a resource cap of 30, gain energy when hitting, and when energy is full, fire tracking arrows. So kind of like how the Tempest, you want to hold down the right click and target enemies. You'll hold right click, you'll see targets show up, and then let go, and they'll shoot up in the air and then sort of come down on the enemies and hit them. It can be a little bit wonky sometimes because where they have to go in this arc, you might expect them to shoot straight out, because when you're just shooting this normally, the shots go straight forward and hit things. But when you do the right click, they sort of lob up in the air and then come down and hit. When it does have an element, the elemental effect chance isn't that high, but whatever on that. However, it does have 3 unique inscriptions. We have the weapon skill can fire 2 waves of homing arrows, which is great. 10% chance to fire 3 extra tracking arrows per shot, which is also great, just swarming enemies. And a 10% rate of fire for 6 seconds when all 4 shots hit. So if you hit the same enemy with all 4 hits, I guess it doesn't have to be the same enemies, but you have to hit them. So this one is generally pretty good. You can't do a whole lot with the magazine here because the magazine's 4, and even if you put some multipliers on there, it's not getting that big. You are going to dump that out. But for a crit build, the crit's amazing. If you got a weapon skill build, the weapon skill's amazing. The rate of fire is actually pretty sick for a bow. You're able to shoot all 4 of those out really quick, and the time it takes to get the next one out is next to nothing. You're shooting 4, it's like, which means you're also building this up really quick. It's very good. It's very good. I do have that problem of when I see a good drift shard of not taking it. I feel like the drift shard is useful nearly all of the time. There's very few situations where it can't be very useful, so I feel like I gotta put it up here. This may also be the power creep of DLC weapons and newer weapons being stronger than old ones. Because I'm seeing up here, we got the Drift Shard, the Viper Sight, the Tempest, the Tracker, the Revealer. Those are all DLC weapons. The Radioactive Gauntlet came out later in the game's life. The Quartzia, welcome back! Thank you for the sub! I hope you're doing good. The Lightning Blast got reworked, and it's very good. The Aura Venom, just being able to mag-dump is sick. And then you having a strong left click and a powerful right click is just good too. So, I don't feel bad about that. Melee weapon, our first melee weapon on here. You will notice it can hit weak points, even though it can crit. So Lynn specifically doesn't get her weak point bonus there, and you can't dual wield them. For my life, I do not understand why they will not let the dog dual wield melee weapons. I cannot imagine it's like so strong that he shouldn't be allowed to do it. Because there's way too many things that other characters can do that seem stronger than dual wielding melee weapons. If it's just a matter of the animations of not wanting to animate a left-handed swing compared to a right-handed, I think that's lazy and bullshit, and they should cut that the fuck out. Let the dog dual wield melee weapons. That's my TEDx talk. Anyway, it does have a right click on it that unleashes a fire wheel forward. Just imagine like a blade beam sort of situation, and you kind of understand. The elemental effect chance, I think the fire tower has the highest base elemental effect chance in the game at 50%. That means every time you hit an enemy, it's a 50-50 on whether or not they cause burning. Melee weapons do have their own set of exclusive inscriptions on here. Very often it says after killing an enemy, you get bonuses to stuff like that. A chance to deal damage twice. I think that's also unique to melee weapons. And then, of course, more weapon damage if enemies are close to you. Down here, though, we do have the unique 100% lucky shot chance on the second phase attack when attacking enemies with more than 50% HP. I really don't feel like they needed to have the limitation on here of the more than 50% HP, but whatever. Basically, second phase attack. This sword, you swing once in one direction, and then the second time in the other direction. All it's talking about is that backswing. That's all it is. For an elemental run, this is incredible. It is a very high elemental effect chance, so if you put this in your back pocket and use the Share Elemental Gemini for your fire part of this, you're going to get very often burning damage, which is great. It does have an explosion on it, because when you do the right click and you send out the fire wheel, it does explode on hit, so it can be used there. You can land crits, but very difficult to do. When you're that close to enemies, it's very easy to hit other parts of them first before hitting the crit with it. So very, very difficult there. I also have a hard time fitting melee weapons in to most characters, especially at the higher difficulties, because that means getting in close to enemies, which is scary. Usually you want to have a little bit of space so that you can backpedal away from enemies. You want to kite them to make it relatively safe. So It is hard to make melee weapons work, but there are certain characters that like them, and they can be used in elemental runs. But because of that, I'm going to say situationally useful. Likewise, the Flowing Light, another melee weapon. It can be charged up to 3 times. Each charge performs 5 forward thrusts. This is a recent change to it. They reworked how the Flowing Light works. Now when you hold down the right click, you'll see a charge meter build up on the right side with 3 little ticks on it. The more it charges up, the more stabs you do, and they do pretty long range. You notice that we also have an elemental effect chance of 50% on here. The melee weapon's pretty good at that, with some crit, and this has a magazine. So unlike the Fire Tower, the Flowing Light will have a charge on it, and if you run out of charge, I believe it removes the element. You need to reload the lightning on it in order to get your elemental chance back. So if you ever see that go down, you need to reload. You'll see your character like do a little hand motion along of it to get its charge back. Down here, we only have this one, increased total weapon damage by 65% when attacking the enemy with elemental effect. No. Wait, is there just not one here? Oh, no, here it is. It's just not at the bottom. Increase total damage with the number of thrusts hit when using the weapon skill. I don't know why this one isn't at the bottom. Normally the weapon unique ones are down there. That can be good. This one is a bit safer. If I were to put any of them in the general usefulness one, it would be this, because that charge up on the right click has so much longer range that it is safer for you to use as an elemental run. You don't have to like build survivability. You don't even have to build specifically for melee. It just does pretty good. The magazine stuff doesn't play a whole lot into it. If you're doing like a first strike sort of build, then you might be able to play into the magazine. But at the end of the day, it's still something that you're building specifically for. Maybe you could talk about an elemental build being good for it, just because of the high chance, but everything else there is not that incredible. Then we got the Poisonous Ghost. We've got the original skin for it, and now we have the updated one, which is just dope. Look at how cool that is with the little flowers on there. This one has a very cool ability on here. +1 blade wave for every 6 hits on enemies. A resource cap of 9. Release a blade wave that penetrates enemies. The higher the enemy's current total HP, the greater the damage dealt. Basically, whenever you left click and you start hitting enemies, you will build charges on this. When you get a certain number of charge, then you get one of these poisonous blade beams that does % health damage to enemies. Very cool. It shoots out in a very large arc as well, so you can hit lots of enemies with the blade beam. You could sort of just clear a room with it. It's not super wide, but it is pretty decently sized. It's not bad at all. Over here, let's see. Yeah, yours is actually at the bottom. Weapon skill damage increases with the number of enemies it passes. So, for a melee weapon, this is all right. The struggle with this is that you need to hit enemies to get it charged up, and then once it's charged up, you then shoot it out. If you have not crossed over one of those ticks for +1 blade waves, then after a while they diminish. So you need to like hit enemies enough to build it up. But the general usefulness for this is you hit a bunch of weak enemies with it, and then when you see an elite or boss, you unload on them and do the % health, and it helps with taking them down. Problem is, it's still got the same issues as the other 2 melee weapons, and it doesn't even have as high of an elemental effect chance. Excuse me, elemental effect chance. Stormchaser. Very unique melee weapon, big ol' circular saw blade, and it says enter the state of accelerate when moving forward. increased movement speed, weapon damage, and damage resistance, immune to all monster-caused slow effects. In this state, attacks can knock back normal enemies. If not, weapon damage will further increase, deal true damage equal to 25% total max HP to normal enemies after a certain number of consecutive hits. That is a lot of words, but basically while you're holding this and you activate it, you move faster. You just move around quicker, which is really cool. And if you hit enemies, then you will knock them back in order to keep them like pushed away from you. But if they're an enemy that does not suffer knockback, you do extra damage to them based on your max HP. So for bosses and some enemies that stay stationary on the ground, this is a good way to turn some HP, some of your survivability, into damage naturally. This weapon has a pretty decent magazine on it. It can go for a while. It doesn't say the rate of fire, but imagine this is like the same level as the lasers and stuff. It is constant damage. You're gonna hear as you're hitting enemies with it. There are a couple of interesting things that you can get on it. Maintaining the accelerate state will gradually increase total weapon damage up to 70% and reset on exiting accelerate. And for every 1% movement speed bonus, extra 1% weapon lucky shot chance, up to 120%. This guy can actually build into really fun ways. Even though it's a melee weapon and that can be scary, you can get the benefits out of rate of fire stuff, of keeping stacks up on enemies. You can get the benefits of a magazine build with first strike stuff. From where it rapidly hits, that elemental effect chance of 15% can be good. Now, it doesn't naturally have a built-in elemental effect chance, so you would have to be lucky with it randomly hitting it, but it can get an elemental effect, and when it does, it's very good. And so a shared Gemini is fantastic. The accelerate with the increased movement speed helps with gap closing with it, which is nice. And of course, if you get any of these inscriptions, it's wonderful. Would I say it's generally useful though? That is a tough question. I feel like pretty much any character could pick it up and be useful, but it's scary. If you haven't built to do a melee run and get in close to enemies and be able to survive, you're pretty much asking to die with it. You are gonna rush in and get hit and die. If this had some sort of extra defense to it, if like the tailwind made it so that you were, you took less projectile damage or something, that'd be nice. The fact that you don't take any slow effects is good. You can basically use this to go through a lot of platforming challenges better. But I think at the end of the day, it still suffers from the problem that other melee weapons do, which is you basically have to be building for a melee run. And outside of that, it is too scary to want to use generally. Which leaves us with the staves. The last category of weapon to be added into the game was staves. Staves specifically build for, I should say staves, not staves. Staves build to synergize with skill runs. They are weapons that usually get some benefit from skill stuff. So the staff attack mark enemies. Targets take AoE damage when hit by the Phoenix Roar or skill damage. So, right here, holding a staff and then mark enemies, they will then take AoE damage when hit by skill damage. So that's why these are useful. They're good. Most other weapons, you're just considering them for weapon runs. They don't really play into your skill run. Armed Caster is the only thing that really sticks out for that. Maybe some other things, but these will play directly into skill damage runs, so they have that additional bonus. Whenever you deal skill damage, you can charge the weapon, so it's not just swinging your wand that builds the resource here. Doing skill damage also builds the wand, and when fully charged, expand a domain that auto-targets enemies within, which is like a big bubble around you. It does get a decent elemental effect chance. You'll notice that it says it can't hit weak spots, but it does have a crit of 1, just basically means it doesn't really crit, but for the purposes of triggering crit stuff, it can. So that kind of sucks, but we do have some unique things here. Hitting an enemy marks another enemy within 8 meters. Bullets can shuttle between up to 5 marked enemies, so it bounces around them. How long's the reload? It's reloaded. No, it just emptied the what? You're right. It does swing. It's like, so I'm not sure what they're considering reload time on that to be. And then 50% total damage to enemies hit by hero skills within 5 seconds. So obviously, if you're doing a skill damage run, the Phoenix Roar can be very good at complementing it. You can get those bubbles, you basically get free damage in there, and you can swing it around and hit enemies. Is it gonna be good for a rate of fire run? No. Magazine run? No. Crit run? No. Elemental run? I guess if it has an element on it, you're probably doing skill damage for most elemental runs if you are doing an elemental run, so I guess you could say that plays into it. But is it generally useful? Nah. It's not like if you're on any other kind of run than a skill damage run, you're gonna see the Phoenix Roar and go, this is gonna be great for me. It's very specifically useful for skill damage runs, so you're gonna go down there. Starfly, I love you. Look at this. You don't normally get to see him from behind. Look at that. Look at this cute little motherfucker here. Look at this. He's so adorable. He's got his little jar cannon. They need to make a plushie of this. Please get a plushie of the Starfly and let me have my own little Starfly plushie, please. Anyway. This little guy here auto-lock target area and fire randomly distributed barrage. You do not shoot the Starfly. The Starfly, he does his own thing. You just look in the direction of enemies and he'll shoot them. He cannot hit crits at all. You'll notice there's not even like a crit X1 over here. This guy just cannot deal crit damage. You would have to get counter violence, but that's true for any gun. He doesn't crit. However, he builds resource. Skill damage can also charge it up, and when fully charged, he enters an enhanced mode, consuming energy to increase projectile count and rate of fire. So the bar fills up, and then you right-click to activate it, and he just does a big barrage. His eyes glow. He gets super excited, and he unleashes hell on them. Fantastic. You can also do the alternate fire button to make it so that it automatically activates that resource, so that when it fills up, he just goes into the enhanced mode and burns it down. Couple of cool inscriptions here. Gain energy during weapon skill. Consumption rate increases over time. So basically, once it activates, continued skill damage will keep the resource bar filling up. However, it does ramp up use over time, so eventually it will stop. More energy consumed during weapon skill. However, you get a faster rate of fire, up to 150% chance. So it'll burn through it faster, but the rate of fire will be so much faster. And then 50% total damage to enemies hit by hero skills within 5 seconds. That's a staff specific thing. This guy, super useful. Because he hits without you having to shoot, that means that while you're using hero skills and abilities, he will automatically shoot off. So Turtle and Firefox, they're both going to love this. Rate of fire is really fast. He shoots super quick. The magazine, very big. Elemental effect chance for how much of a rate of fire this is very good. So if you get an element on it, this is a very good candidate for doing constant elemental damage. I love this guy. This guy can be splashed into nearly any kind of build other than crit. Maybe if you're doing explosions, not that either, but you're talking about good rate of fire, good magazine, good elemental effect chance, works with skill builds. He's just always there. He's my little buddy. I love him. He's useful nearly all of the time. Crane Chant. Crane Chant is a big harp weapon. It's relatively new as well. It fires plum blossoms that slightly track enemies and gains weapon resource when shooting or using hero skills. Resource cap is 16 and you release a shadow crane causing AoE damage. What this doesn't mention is that it also pierces through enemies and terrain. So you could shoot through walls with this, shoot through a whole group of enemies and it will clear them out pretty well. Good elemental effect chance, it'll only got a magazine of 1. You kind of play a song as you pluck the chords. It's not like anything fancy, but you go like bling bling blong bling 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 bling. Takes a little while to fill this up without the hero skills on there, but the Shadow Crane is very nice. 25% total damage and 10% AoE for each hit by Shadow Crane up to 4 times. So if the crane hits through multiple enemies, then you'll deal more damage with it. And shooting changes to fire 4 plum blossoms at 50% damage, plus 1 weapon resource recovery for each shot. If you get this one, this really lights up. You could really see the beauty of the Crane Chant if you have this, because you will be able to fill up that resource bar very fast and be able to shoot the cranes off constantly. Not using it for the crane is lame. If you're just trying to shoot it normally, you're gonna feel super weak. This is all about getting the big busts on your resource uses. Because of that, it's hard to recommend using this nearly as much, because the right click on like Momo or Yo-Yo, who specifically deal in weapon skill stuff, they have ways of mitigating that and making this way better. But outside of that, you don't have a lot to go off of. Again, crit's not going to be there, magazine's not going to be there, rate of fire is low. The elemental effect chance can be good, but it doesn't have a guarantee, so that's harder to say. And because the rate of fire is low, it kind of doesn't make up for it. With all of that said, I think this one is very situational, and you're going to want it specifically in a skill damage run or weapon skill run. Not even like just general skill damage, you probably want it specifically in a weapon skill run. And last, but certainly not least, we have the brand spanking new Armillary Sash. The Armillary Sash is an elemental staff that says spots chain to up to 3 enemies. Shots chain up to 3 enemies. When you hit an enemy, it will bounce to up to 3 other enemies. On hit, obtain 1 ping stack. And on elemental effect, obtain 2 ping stacks, and an enemy can have up to 8 on them. When you right click, you detonate the pings, and the more pings the enemies have, the higher the damage. The elemental effect chance on this is 30%, but the rate of fire on it is pretty fast. You're shooting them out like foo, 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 foo. And since they're bouncing to multiple enemies, it's pretty easy to stack pings up on them. On top of that, we've got all the benefits of elemental things on here too. Then we also have 50% total damage to enemies hit by heroes. Oh, that one's all stave, sorry. Elemental damage dealt unaffected by element counter. 50% chance to deal 1 extra hit per mark detonation. What this means is, fire damage doesn't do as much to shield and armor. This doesn't care. Shock doesn't do as much to health and armor. This doesn't care. Corrosion doesn't do as much to shield and health, and this doesn't care. So you bypass that entirely. And then the 50% chance to deal an extra hit per mark detonation means that when you do those right clicks, it can act as if it has an extra ping on there, which is just, it's free real estate, it's more damage. After 3 shots, the next shot, the chain limit +3, guaranteed to trigger elemental effect. So when you get this one, every 3 shots, you're going to get a 6 chain that always triggers the element that you have. So you're going to be able to spread those ping stacks really high. This already is amazing for an element run. An element run specifically is, you're always going to want to take this. There's no reason to really take anything other than this on an elemental run. Why? Because that thing over there that says obtain 2 ping stacks on elemental effect doesn't mean just from the sash. If you're playing as the prince and you have a sash in your hand and you throw his grenade down and it puts decay on an enemy, that's still going to put pings on them. So if you have Painkiller and the prince, you throw a grenade down, they're going to get corrosion, shock, and burning on them and instantly go to 6 ping stacks on there. It's incredible. So this works really well with any kind of elemental run. The problem is that it only really works with an elemental run. Magazine, not that high. The rate of fire, not that fast. You're doing explosions when you do the combustion, but that's about it. Like, I want to say it's super useful because you could throw this into anything dealing element and it's great. But the fact of the matter is, that's all it is. It's always just element. It is extremely good at what it does. It is extremely amazing at an elemental run. But if you're doing a sniper run, you don't want to see it. If you're doing a magazine or rate of fire run, you don't care. Explosion run, don't care. Hell, even a skill damage run where you're not doing elements, this doesn't matter at all. It doesn't even have like the benefits of the other ones, unless you specifically get the a thing that helps skill damage here. Total damage to enemies hit by hero skills within 5 seconds? Sure, I guess. But that's about it. Like, I love the Armillary Sash, but the fact of the matter is, if you aren't doing an elemental run, it basically doesn't matter. But if you are doing an elemental run, it's like the only thing that matters. So I feel like people are probably going to be upset about that, but I think if you're being realistic and honest about it, that's pretty much what it is. So let's go get flamed. We're going to download this. We're going to download the image. This is my Gunfire weapon tier list. And let me go to r/Gunfire Reborn. Submit new link. Choose my file. Please don't open to porn. Thank you. Weapon tier list based on general usefulness by someone that plays R10 Lone Wolf Boar with every character. One, just because something is in a lower tier doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's very specific in usage. Also, just because it's at the top doesn't mean you should always grab it over something else. Note. This game is full of RNG and character specializations, so there will be plenty of times where a gun will outshine something higher on this list. 2, I play solo. R10, Lone Wolf. 4, with blessings. I tried to take multiplayer and other difficulties into question, but this definitely biases my many opinions. Save. All right, there we go. We got this. I'm gonna put this in here. So if you want to go and take a look at that, you've got that. Of course, Kate is late. I'm wrapping up now. I'm gonna put this in the Gunfire Reborn part of the Discord. There we go. And now, let's head on over to the Wall of Memories, everyone. Thank you so much. Wait, before we exit out of this. What are your all's thoughts? How do you feel about this? Is there anything you disagree? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Tell me what you think. What are your thoughts? I've just been sitting here yapping. I really want to see a shotgun that can make a build where kills would heal you and can get damage buff somehow tied into your healing from those kills. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Having shotguns and melee weapons that have some sort of built-in survivability, I think would be a good way to go. Currently, you can obviously build specifically for them, and this isn't supposed to be like a knock on any of these weapons being down here, because they do, like the Armillary Sash, it does what it does incredibly well. If you're trying to do an elemental run, you want to have an Armillary Sash. Let me say that in. For example, I think the Armillary Sash is the go-to best in slot weapon to hold for any kind of elemental run. It's amazing. It blows up the world with brilliant colors and numbers and makes my neurons activate. However, if you're not doing an elemental run in any way, it's absolutely worthless. So even though it has really high highs, that doesn't mean it's generally useful. There we go. The Foundry should get its own tier. Maybe. I could have just made like a D tier, like Foundry tier. and put it down there. But I think this works pretty well. Let's disable that. I can smell the food cooking down there, so I really want to get down there. Let's open up the Wall of Memories. And get ready to head on over here. Whoa, where's my audio? I don't hear the audio. Do you hear the audio? It shows on OBS that audio is playing, but I'm not hearing it. There should be a 4th tier of weapons that have no use. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not that they have no use. It's just that they are extremely specific. We could have like made it a tier that said, you built the run for this weapon specifically tier. That's probably like the most accurate. Like if I wanted to do a prism build, you could probably just take a different weapon and do better. Like you could build specifically for the prism and try to play into the prism, but the fact is that it just feels like a bad weapon. And you could just literally replace the prism with something else that does corrosion, like the sting, and be way better off. Their one use is extremely weak and really a detriment. Yeah, because some weapons in the bottom tier have very high strengths. Yeah, I probably could have put in a 4th tier that just said, there's almost no reason to take this tier. And that would be pretty accurate. Okay, where did I put the other tier list? I put it at the top. This is going to be in the top left corner, I think. This is going to be Gunfire weapon tier list. Oh, I need to get that back. Now scale that bitch down. There we go. It's very small. You can definitely tell what memory it is by looking at... Oh, by the way, for those of you that are new here or you haven't made it to the end of a stream, at the end of every stream we put a little trinket up on the Wall of Memory, so we have something to remember that stream by. And today, that is going to be our weapon tier list going up here next to our character tier list. And of course it didn't automatically come back. There we go. All right. See it right up there. There we go. Right next to the character. Ah, my hands don't want to work. All right, I am hungry. I also need to piss. I want to go hang out with people. We're probably drinking. Kate apparently slept. Oh, hey, now I hear the music. Now that it's like looped once. That's cool. Let's find somebody to raid into so I can hand you all off to somebody else and you can be their problem. Who do we got? We're not gonna have anyone in this house streaming. Let's see. No, let's go to Nasilla. Nasilla has a fucking awesome model. She's a sexy monster girl. She's playing Marvel Rivals right now. But if you haven't already seen her and you like me, then you're gonna fall in love with her. Please come back to me afterwards though, because I still want you around here and I don't want you to have any other mistresses. But she's super cool. I love all any art she has. I fawn over her. So we're gonna go over there. I'm gonna be jealous, and then I'm gonna go eat. And then on Monday we start Thanksgiving. our big Thanks Gunning marathon, where I'm going to try to get a win with every single gun and Gunfire Reborn over the course of 5 days. So look forward to that. But until then, remember to take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye. And you better come back to me. Alright, I got the cannonball. Phase 2, don't care. Cut that out. Got the cannonball. And send it on home. Alright.
Fucking dead.
God, I hate how long that takes. Don't you guys hate how long that fight takes?
Yeah, it takes for fucking ever.
Ugh. This should work just fine. Should, I don't know. Jury's kind of out on that one. Not sure if Reincarnation level 10 4-player version